just get my computer going?
Yes, sir. Go and bring on Mr. Chen.
Yes, sir.
It's your turn.
Your Honor, real briefly, so that the court and the parties are aware, the unfortunate thing for the jury right now is that the state is about to rest our case. And I know that Mr. Weiss will be making a motion, so
Okay.
I think that they'll be in here for a second and then they will go back.
That's fine. Thanks for the heads up. I'll let
Yes,
them
Your
know.
Honor.
They're using the restroom, Your Honor.
Whenever they're ready.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I didn't tell my witnesses to be here until a little bit late in the morning, so,
Okay.
no, never mind.
That's okay. They'll be in the jury room after your motion.
Yes, sir.
And we'll just resume when you're ready. Please be seated. Good morning, jurors. Happy Saturday. I don't know when the last time you worked Saturday was, but we're certainly doing that today. As always, I must start with asking if everyone's able to abide by the court's admonition to not be exposed to any media, not discuss the case among yourselves, and all other admonitions as well. Just nod your head to let me know. Very much collect, everybody's nodding their head. Where we are today is the state is going to call, well, I'm going to ask the state if they're going to call any more witnesses. If they don't call any witnesses, there's some matters that we have to take up outside your presence. So you're brought in for this particular reason to make sure that you understand that if the state's going to call any more witnesses, they will. If not, they'll rest, they'll be sent back out. Usually what happens is if the defense wants to put on any proof, they may not. They don't have to. Again, the burden's on the state to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt. However, if they do choose to put on proof, then it may take a little time to organize their witnesses, okay? But we'll keep you posted. All right, gentlemen, any more witnesses to call?
Your Honor, the state of Tennessee rests its case.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard all the evidence that you're going to hear in the state's case in chief at this point. As I said, there are some matters we do need to take up outside your presence. Once we find out how we're going to proceed, we'll bring you back in. All right, with that, you may step to the jury. Be seated. Jasmine Pace. Any motion on behalf of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. I just want to-
Yes, sir.
Going to smaller technology then.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court. I have two motions this morning. First, pursuant to Rule 29 of the Tennessee Rules of Criminal Procedure, the defense moves for the court to enter a judgment of acquittal on the charge of first-degree premeditated murder against Jason Chen. The state has failed to present sufficient evidence that Mr. Chen acted with the requisite mental state of premeditation as required under Tennessee law. Specifically, the state has provided no evidence of planning, motive, or calm reflection on Mr. Chen's part. Calm reflection is an essential element of to establish premeditation. As such, the evidence at most supports a conviction of second-degree murder or a lesser-included offense. Under Rule 29B, a motion for judgment of acquittal must be granted if the evidence, when viewed in the light most favorable to the state, fails to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Premeditation requires that the act was committed after the exercise of reflection and judgment and involves more than a mere intent to kill. It must reflect a decision made with cool purpose, free from excitement or passion. I would ask the court to see State v. Davidson. The state presented no evidence suggesting that Mr. Chen engaged in planning or preparation for the alleged incident. Premeditation requires proof of at least deliberation or reflection before the act. However, there was no proof. There was no proof of communications, written plans, or evidence that Mr. Chen intended to harm Jasmine Pace prior to her death. There's no evidence suggesting that Mr. Chen procured weapons, took steps to isolate the victim, performed any indicative forethoughts. The autopsy reveals stab wounds inflicted during an altercation, but nothing in the injuries surrounding the circumstances proves premeditation. The state has offered the state has not offered a motive for why Mr. Chen would kill Ms. Pace. While motive is not required to prove premeditation, its absence weakens the state's claim of a deliberate and calculated act. The evidence shows that Mr. Chen and Ms. Pace had a personal relationship, but does not provide any insight to any animosity, financial dispute, or other motive during a premeditated killing. Tennessee law requires evidence that the defendant acted after calm and cool reflection. Instead, the evidence suggests an emotional and unplanned confrontation. You could hear that through the testimony of Dr. Cogswell. Neighbors reported, as the court knows from previous hearings of this matter, neighbors reported hearing a female scream and loud disturbances. That suggests a spontaneous event rather than a calculated action. The chaotic...
Objection, fact not in evidence, judge or trial.
That's a good point, Mr. West. We did talk about the neighbor hearing a scream. I think the state kind of tailored their case to not bring that in for the truth of the matter asserted as far as why this case went into Mr. Chen's apartment.
Okay, I'll withdraw that.
Okay.
Just that one part.
Yes, sir.
Back to Dr. Cogswell, though. The chaotic nature of the injuries and the disarray of the scene further support the theory of confrontation escalating the violence rather than execution or some type of premeditated planning. The state's evidence is equally, if not more, consistent with second-degree murder, which does not require premeditation. The chaotic scene in the absence of planning indicate an impulsive act. This court must resolve reasonable doubts in favor of the defendant and cannot allow the jury to infer premeditation without specific supporting evidence. The evidence presented by the state does not meet this threshold required to establish premeditation. The court should grant judgment of acquittal on the charges of first-degree murder and, if appropriate, allow the jury to consider lesser-included offenses, such as second-degree murder and voluntary manslaughter.
Want to go make a motion on the other one, too?
Yes, Your Honor. Well,
You want to-
I'd like to wait.
Okay. State one, heard.
Your Honor, in a motion for judgment of acquittal, the state is entitled to the strongest legitimate view of the evidence. The court has heard testimony from Dr. Coswell, 60 wounds inflicted is indicative of premeditation. Your Honor, there's also the uncontroverted testimony is that she was not moving, was in a sitting position, in a fetal position, which would either be crouched down, as if cowering, or on the floor. That's clearly confinement of the victim prior to the beginning of the assaultive behavior that resulted in her death. Rule 29 motion should be denied.
Mr. West, as you know, these motions are not beyond a reasonable doubt as far as guilt or innocence. They are simply, they're reviewed in the light most favorable to the state, where any rational trier of fact could find the essential elements beyond a reasonable doubt. So in this particular case, for the first-degree murder, it's uncontroverted. The defendant killed the victim. That's the first element. Second, for premeditated murder, that the defendant acted intentionally. Again, looking at it in terms of threshold, whether or not any rational trier of fact could find the essential elements. In this particular case, viewing in the light most favorable to the state, the fact that there were multiple stab wounds and that a deadly weapon was used is indicative of intent. Brings us to premeditation. The fact that there were so many wounds on the victim is a fact that can be used to establish premeditation. The defendant's attempts to cover up the scene, to clean up afterwards, his purchasing of cleaning agents, his attempts to clean up the apartment, his use of the victim's cell phone to create the appearance that she was still alive and had simply left town perhaps. The fact that he used his own cell phone to send a text to the victim's phone indicating that he had no idea where she was, or perhaps that, indicating that he thought that she too was still alive. All of that is evidence under the case law that can be used to support the finding of premeditation. And again, in this relatively low standard that we're looking at, in the light of most favorable to the state, I do find that taken in that light, that this jury could find the elements beyond a reasonable doubt of premeditation as well as intention for the second element of first-degree murder. So let the defendant's motion for judgment acquittal on premeditated murder be denied.
Your Honor, my second motion involves a renewal of our motion to admit Dr. Douglas Lewis to allow him to testify for the defense. it became apparent through Dr. Cogswell that he said that the better person to testify regarding those the state of the mind of Jason Chen would be a forensic psychologist. That was told to the jury that that's the kind of person that would be available to help in those types of situations. Additionally into that, Dr. Cogswell gave a lot of opinions. His opinions were just like Dr. Lewis's opinion. He said to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, this was possible. We talked about possibilities a lot in his opinion. And so most of his opinions, some of them were certain, no doubt, but some of them were, well, we can't tell, anything could be possible. It could be this, it could be that. And so to allow the state's witness to come in and not the defense witness to come in, especially when the state's witness says the defense should have had this, for all intent and purposes, says that's not my job. That would be a forensic psychologist's job. That puts the defense at a distinct disadvantage. And so I renew our motion to allow the testimony of Dr. Lewis. It is essential to the defense's case, and it's the denial of allowing Dr. Lewis is a prejudice that can't be undone.
I find that the reasons that existed earlier still exist, in that one of the reasons was the expert Dr. Lewis's opinion that it was highly likely that the defendant could not form premeditation. I do think that when you're talking about whether or not a diminished capacity defense comes in, I say diminished capacity, I'm not supposed to use that term, whether or not the evidence of the defendant's inability to form premeditation, I think that there's a standard for that the expert has to establish that in his opinion. The leeway that you're talking about, Mr. Weiss, I interpret as beyond a reasonable degree of medical certainty or beyond a reasonable degree of psychological certainty. There's some flexibility in that particular aspect of it. That's where it exists. As far as the opinion that for this specific defense is concerned, I think your expert having flexibility on that side of the opinion too puts in the realm of speculation. And that's one of the reasons it was excluded. The other is that the defense indicated that the reason Dr. Lewis was sought out came after the state wanted to and was allowed to introduce these demonstrative exhibits. And so while there was no 12.2 violation of a deadline of asking for Dr. Lewis's testimony to be admitted after the jury had been sworn, the way it unfolded in this particular case is that the Friday afternoon notice would have put the state at perhaps an unfair disadvantage. And so the workaround that this court crafted was, since that was the basis of the reason to seek out or at least secure Dr. Lewis's testimony for that issue came from the demonstrative exhibit, the exclusion of the reason that you want the expert seemed to be fair to both sides. So that's the other reason that the expert was excluded, is that his testimony didn't seem to be as relevant as, based on what the defense said, that based on what the defense asserted that they needed the expert for. So let your motion, the renewed motion to admit Dr. Lewis's testimony also be denied.
Thank you.
No motion on abuse of courts, I guess.
No.
Okay, let us know when you're ready to proceed, Mr. Weiss. We'll keep the jury in the jury room until you're ready.
I'm told witnesses will be half an hour.
That's what it is. Okay. be seated. Mr. Wise, will the defense be offering any proof?
Yes, sir.
All right, call your first witness.
That's called Courtney Paglino Brewer. Good morning. Miss Paglino Brewer, can you please move forward to the microphone? There you go. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Courtney Paglino Brewer,
And can you spell your first name?
Courtney.
May I call you Courtney?
Yeah.
Courtney, where are you from?
Shenandoah,
How long have you lived here?
forever.
Going back to November of 2022, where did you live then?
110 Tremont Street.
And is that located on the North Shore of Chattanooga?
It is, yes.
How long had you lived there?
2 years at that point.
You said your apartment number is, or the address is 110?
And my apartment number is also 110,
What would have been the apartment number above you?
210.
I'll kind of get straight to the point. On the night of November the 22nd, in the early hours of November the 23rd, was there an incident that you can recall?
Yes, I was woken up in the middle of the night by a loud scream.
Can you kind of take us, and you can go slowly through the events that woke you up and then everything that you heard from that point until you didn't hear it?
There was a scream that startled me out of my sleep. I checked my phone to see the time because I was going to call 911. It was around 2 a.m. There was a voice that was screaming words. The words I couldn't understand fully.
Was it a male voice or female?
A female voice. And then there sounded, assuming that the apartment above mine is laid out the same as mine, there sounded like chasing, a lot of footsteps going across towards the front door.
One person's footsteps or two
It
footsteps?
sounded like multiple.
You said towards the front door. Was it towards the front door or towards the bedroom?
Towards the front door because I was in the bedroom when I heard it.
You had said that you heard a scream. Can you describe the scream?
Distressed, not quite angry, emphatic.
What, and you said you could hear hardly. Did that sound like an argument or a fight?
I thought that maybe I had heard the tail end of a fight. I only ever heard one voice.
And that was the female voice?
Correct.
After hearing the scream and the argument and the footsteps, what did you do?
I lay there awake for a minute because I couldn't go back to sleep. My husband had woken up, but he thought the noise came from outside, and he went back to sleep rather easily. I could hear in the bedroom, I could hear the sounds of a TV. And then when I moved from the bedroom to my living room, there were sounds of someone walking across the apartment and the sound of the washer and the garbage disposal.
You said you could hear the arguing?
I only heard her voice, so I just assumed it was an argument.
You couldn't make out what was being said?
No.
Did you hear any crying?
The voice that came after the screaming, that was, it kind of sounded like when you're already upset but you're trying to prove a point. and you're crying at the same time. So it was just very kind of garbled. I would say that there was crying behind it though.
Did you call 911?
I did not.
Why not?
Because by the time I settled down from being abruptly woken up and thought that I heard footsteps go across and a door slam, I thought that it had just been a normal apartment argument and everything had calmed down.
Did you ever contact authorities?
I did.
When did you contact authorities?
I want to say the 27th or the 28th.
And why did you contact authorities?
Because I had seen the missing persons poster for Jasmine on Facebook and connected the dots of her last known location being the floor above mine. And so I submitted a tip to Crime Stoppers saying what I heard, and I just thought it was the right thing to do.
And is what you told Crime Stoppers then the same thing as you testified so far this morning?
Yes, sir.
Were you interviewed by any member of the Chattanooga Police Department?
I was spoken to by, I think he might have been a lead detective.
Was it this gentleman right here?
I honestly don't remember.
That's okay. Were you interviewed by any other persons?
I was interviewed by a private investigator for the family,
What do you mean by the family?
for Jasmine Pace's family, and I think he was a different private investigator working with you. I don't remember anyone's names.
That's fine, but it sounds like you spoke to 3 people about that.
I did, yes.
Did you tell the same consistent, or what you testified to this morning? Is that what you told all those people?
Yes, sir.
And Courtney, you would say that the sounds that you heard that night, that early morning,
Your Honor, objection leading.
Get your whole question out.
would you say that those were unusual noises compared to other noises that you heard from that
Before you
morning?
answer.
Withdrawn, he phrased it different that time, Judge.
That's how I was always going to phrase it.
Okay, answering the question.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, let me
Okay.
ask it again. Would you say the sounds you heard were unusual compared to the other noises from that apartment above?
Yes.
Do you know who built your apartment?
Wise Properties.
Are the walls pretty thin?
They are.
Are the floors pretty thin?
They are.
Can you hear most things that are going on?
I can.
Just one moment here. Yes, sir. Thank you for coming out.
Hi, Courtney. You just testified that you were contacted also by an investigator that you believed worked with Mr. Weiss, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall the time period that was?
No, I want to say between when I submitted the Crime Stoppers tip and the police showed up, I want to say those 2 weeks after that were kind of a blur together, so I don't have an exact date or time.
Do you believe that that was before Mr. Chen had been arrested?
I am not sure.
Okay. Was it around the time of the scream? I mean,
Oh,
in the weeks around November 23rd, 2022?
it would have been after that.
How far after that?
At least a week, because I didn't get contacted until after I submitted the Crime Stoppers tip.
Okay. Thank you. And you testified about hearing a loud scream from a female, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Who sounded distressed.
Yes.
And you weren't asked about any documentation that you made of that scream.
Not that I recall.
Did you document on your phone device in some way what time you had heard that scream?
No, I didn't.
Do you know what time you heard that scream?
Only because I looked at my phone and it was 2:11.
Okay, so you do know what time you heard that scream.
I do.
2:11. You'd agree that 2:11 is 7 minutes away from 2:18, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you heard running, you used the word chasing, from what came from the bedroom towards the front door.
Yes.
When you walk into your apartment, are you in the living room?
Yes, you're immediately in the living room.
And then you would come through the kitchen, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you have to go through the bathroom
Yes.
to get to the bedroom.
Correct.
Approximately how long after you heard the scream did you hear the garbage disposal?
Probably about an hour.
Approximately how long after the scream did you hear the washing machine?
The washing machine and the garbage disposal were around the same time. They
Thank
were
you.
running in tandem.
Thank you. Approximately how long after the scream did you hear the TV come on?
That was sooner, maybe 20 minutes.
20 minutes after the scream? A TV came on in the apartment above yours?
Yes.
You testified about a door slamming. Would you describe it as a door from inside the apartment right above you, or the door coming into the front door?
I would say the front door. The front door slams a little bit louder, and most all of the doors, if they're made the same in my apartment, are sliding.
Okay. One moment, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Read it.
I just want to make sure I understand the layout of your apartment.
Sure.
When you, let's start with the front door. Are these heavy-duty doors?
I wouldn't say heavy duty. They're pretty standard.
This is John West apartment?
They're loud.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you open the door, does it automatically close behind you?
Yes.
And then, once you enter in through the door, you're in the living room area.
Correct.
And you know the size of the apartment, how many square feet?
Small.
Would 500 or 600 square feet sound right?
Honestly, I don't know.
But it's how many steps would it take you to get from the front door to the back door, or back wall of the bedroom?
Ooh, 15, 20 maybe.
How long would it take?
A few minutes.
You're thinking-
Not a few minutes, sorry. Yeah, maybe like a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Once you get past the bedroom, or sorry, the living room, that's the kitchen area.
Correct.
And the washing machine and dryer are kind of connected right there into the kitchen area.
Yes.
And then once you go through the kitchen area,
Objection, leading judge, we'll let it go on for a while.
Sustain with what?
after the kitchen area, what's next?
The bathroom.
There's a door. Is there a door between the kitchen and the bathroom?
There is.
Is it a door that you open or you shut? I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Is it a door that you open or you slide?
It is a door that you open.
Is there a door between the bedroom and the bathroom?
There is.
What kind of door is that?
That one is a sliding one.
Is it called a pocket door?
I believe so, yes.
Does that make it, is that an easy door to use in your apartment?
Sometimes. If you push it in too much, it's kind of hard to get back out.
And when you are able to close it, what type of noises?
Like
Does it make a loud noise?
it's a very distinct noise, but I'm not sure how to describe it. It's like a shh.
And can you hear that? Can you hear the apartment above you when he slides that door?
I can.
The night of November the 22nd, did you hear that door slide?
Not that I recall.
Recross.
No, Your Honor.
Does the jury have any questions for Mrs. Brewer? Brewer, the jury has a couple of questions, so I'm going to ask them if you could face the jury when answering, please.
Okay.
How did you know it was Jasmine Pace in apartment 210 prior to seeing the missing persons poster on Facebook?
I did not.
Can you explain how you connected the dots then? I think that's the question.
Okay. The missing persons poster had her last known location as the second floor of the apartment complex that I live in. And the time frame that she had last been seen matched up with the date that I heard it. So I just connected the dots in a way that I thought they might be connected.
Thank you. You might have answered this already, but if you may be a little more specific. Do you recall what time you heard the door from the upstairs apartment slam?
I don't recall the exact time. It would have been a few minutes after I woke up, so maybe around 2:20, 2:25.
Can you redirect based on the jury's questions? Answer you, Ms. Weiss.
Yes, one moment, Your Honor. Is your apartment near, are there stairs in the apartment building?
There are.
And that's how one might get up from the first floor to the second floor?
Mhm.
Is there a door to enter into the stairs of the building?
There is.
And is there one on the lower level and the upper level?
Yes.
Does that door have a distinctive sound?
The one on my floor does, yes. It's
Nothing. Go ahead, that's fine.
more metallic.
And can you hear the door that leads to the stairs upstairs?
I'm not sure if it's that door or it's the door down here, or sorry, on my floor.
You said you heard a door close. Could it have been the door leading to the stairs upstairs?
I think that's a different sound.
Amen.
Recross.
No, Your Honor.
Additional question from the jury based on that? One more. Was it just one screen or multiple? How long was the screen?
The one screen was what woke me up. There wasn't an additional screen. It was more of the talking emotionally very loudly. The scream itself that I heard only lasted a few seconds. And then the voice where I couldn't actually hear the words was sounding, and then the footsteps across. So the whole thing probably about 4 or 5 minutes before it was silent again.
Can you redirect based on that answer?
There you go.
Can you recross based on that
No,
answer?
Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may sit down. Vice President?
I would ask that Ms. Taylor Brewer be excused. She may be Defense calls Travis Pace.
Travis Pace. Travis Pace.
solemnly swear from testimony I can give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Good morning, Mr. Pace.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Travis Wayne Pace.
Are you the father of Jasmine Pace?
I am.
Are you married or divorced from Katrina Pace?
I'm divorced.
How long have you known Katrina Pace?
25 years.
I want to talk about the time from November 26, 27. Okay? What did you do when you realized your daughter was missing?
The night started, it was like a Saturday night. We were doing a Friendsgiving downtown. I was with my girlfriend at the time,
What was your name?
Jacqueline. And my daughter, Gabby, called me and said, Dad, Jasmine's missing. I think it's really serious. We need your help. I said, where are you at? And it was a location that she didn't know the address. And I was like, just send me your map and I'll just get to you. And it took us to a building near Tremont, but it was on the other side. It was an apartment complex beside it, just one building over. And met them face to face right there. And she goes, her car was last parked near right here.
Where's right here?
I don't know the name of the side street. It's like a little loop that it makes from Tremont, and it loops around. And it's like a one-way. You had to loop around to the other side. I don't know the name of the street. But I was like, if she's in this building, let's get in this building.
So you're talking about, let me just make sure. Have you been, throughout this trial, have you been in this room?
I have.
And you've heard all the testimony?
I have.
And so when I say 110 Tremont Street, do you understand that to be the apartment building that Jason Chen lives in?
I do.
What did you do when you got to 110 Tremont Street?
Tried to get in the immediate front door, which was locked with a keypad, and walked around to the back of the building, one of the other exits, and got into the back door.
How'd you get into the back door?
Just opened it.
It was unlocked.
I think so.
You didn't have to do anything to the door to get it open. What did you do after you made your way inside the building?
Walked to the front door and opened it for everybody else.
And who's everybody else?
Katrina, my daughter, Gabrielle, Jack.
Then what did you proceed to do?
Stayed on the first floor to where we could see any exits and the staircase and the elevator, and began knocking as loud and obnoxiously as we could to disturb everybody in the whole building.
What were you knocking on people's doors?
Every door, in sequence order.
What did you do after you were knocking on people's doors?
Nobody answered them. That's what I said. We said we got to try the second floor next. But we didn't want to leave the first floor, just in case. So we were talking about how to split up in a way that was safe. 3 women, and then one of her friends, Wayne, also showed up.
How long until he showed up?
I couldn't tell you minutes or hours. that night.
And did you personally know Wayne Tubbs?
I hadn't met him yet.
Is he still alive?
I don't think he is.
So you went up to the second floor?
We did.
Who all went up to the second floor?
All of us.
Prior to this, had you had any interaction with the Chattanooga Police Department or law enforcement in here?
I had not.
Why didn't you call the police before going into the apartment building?
I did.
You did call.
I did. I tried to call police department. I tried to call TBI. I tried to call FBI. It was a holiday. It was Saturday night. You only get after hours, leave a message. No switchboard, no immediate person that would pick up the phone or answer.
Can you tell, what were you feeling at the time?
I don't think it was a feeling for me. It was, she's missing. We'll find her. And if she's missing and in danger, it has to be fast. I was feeling rushed. That's what I was feeling. Fast.
So you and all the other, the four of you, right? You make it up to the second floor.
Yep.
Did you enter into an apartment notice?
We did.
How did you know what apartment to enter into?
A few things. One of them was, while we were in the staircase, there was a third floor tenant, and we met in the staircase. And obviously it's awkward at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. We said, not trying to startle you, softly, is there any chance you know of Jasmine Pace or Jason Chen, her boyfriend? And he said, yes. We said, can you help us? He explained that he had a sister that had went through something similar. He welcomed him up to the third floor to open up all the laptops that we could, to do anything that we could do to move any direction forward. After that, he talked about a dumpster in the back, and he talked about a sewer manhole in the back. And he said, hypothetically, if I was to discard something, maybe I would. So they stayed in the third floor. We left, went outside to see if there's anything of significance around the trash or anywhere. And we came back up and met him again. And he said, I'm sure he does not live on the third floor, but I see him in a stairwell sometimes. He probably will not be on a stairwell because he lives on the first floor. He probably lives on the second floor, not the first. He definitely does not live on the third. Simultaneously saw the angle of where that dot was, and it was in the southwest corner of the building itself. There's an elevator and one bedroom next to the elevator, or one apartment room. I said, maybe we're close, within a door or two on the second floor. We knocked on the first 2 doors right beside each other. The one on the left answered and said it was so substantial we documented something around 2:15, something of noise. We heard something around 2:15. It was so substantial I documented it on my phone. We said, is it come from that wall or that wall? And they said, that wall. And there's only one room before the stairwell. And I said, there's a reasonable chance this could be the exact room. It's not the third, it's not the first, it's not that one. There's a stairwell. This might be it.
Was that apartment 210?
It was apartment 210.
Did you or anyone else make entry into apartment 210?
Sorry.
Did you or anyone else make entry into apartment 210?
Yes.
Who made entry into apartment 210?
Me and Wayne made entry.
How'd you do it?
I lifted the handle.
Lifted the handle.
Correct.
Did you use a credit card?
The
credit card to open that door?
I could not.
Why not?
The way that that door jammed and the way that the door lock is, nobody could use a credit card.
Why? How do you know that?
In order to use a credit card, you have to be able to slide it and push a mechanism. Because of the jam sticking out past the actual slide, you can't get a credit card in there.
Who went into the apartment?
I did, and Wayne was behind me.
Can you take me through what you did from once you opened the door?
First of all, I said, I have no idea what's behind this door. Don't know it's the right door. I don't know what would be seen if it was the right door. I am the only one with a pistol drawn.
Yeah. So you were armed that night?
I was.
What were you armed with?
A pistol.
What kind of pistol?
Heckler cock.
Are you proficient in firearms?
I'm an expert.
Go ahead.
I pulled it with a flashlight to make sure that it was secure. And I said to everybody else, don't come in, don't follow me. It's not secure until I know what's behind here. And it could not, chance it might not even have been the right place. And I would have confronted a random tenant and surprised them by breaking into a random tenant's. There was just so much.
What did you do when you went into the apartment? Please describe your activity.
There's a way to attempt to clear a room, an apartment, and where probable places where somebody could be hiding or surprise you, and you safely, sequentially go left to right, back to front in order, and don't let anything be behind you, basically. So slow, methodical. So every door, every cabinet in sequence, that's finished, move forward, that's finished, move forward, till you get to the bedroom.
What did you do in the bedroom?
Looked, there were no persons in the bedroom. So now I turned around with a different goal of not looking for a person, but to look for evidence of Jasmine.
What did you do to look for evidence of Jasmine?
The cabinets were open, things were on the surface, and it appeared there were female products in the bathroom. And walking forward and opened the drawer.
The drawer of what?
There was a computer desk in the top left of the apartment if you're facing to the hallway.
So if you enter in through the door, is it to the right?
It's to the right immediately. And there's a computer desk. Open the drawer. Jasmine's driver's license was right there on the top, stacked up in a pile. Slid it, her credit cards, her bank cards, a stack of all of Jasmine's cards and identifications were right there.
What did you do?
I took them out of the drawer and I spread them apart widely, distinctly, from left to right.
Why did you do
The way that the police have rules, without a search warrant, they could not open a drawer and look for those themselves. And me telling them that they were there, it was hearsay. But if I laid it across the countertop and they flashed their light on it and recorded it, they can show that to missing persons. There's something moving it forward.
it? You needed to do something to help the police investigate your missing person.
Yes.
What did you do after you laid out the cards?
Called 911. Actually, as soon as I opened the drawer and I saw the cards, I called 911 and told them to call 911. This is absolutely the apartment that Jasmine was in.
Would you recognize your voice on the 911 call?
Possibly.
Gunnar, can we have Bennett's laptop?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, before this is played for the jury, the witness would have to authenticate what's going to be played for the jury.
Okay, so you object to this point without proper foundation?
Sure, the foundation has to be laid, Judge.
Well, we can send the jury out and listen to it, I guess.
Let's do that.
Okay. Jury can step out, probably back in line. Some water, Mr. Pace? Mr. Pace, would you like some water?
Yes, please.
May I proceed?
Did not happen. Hamilton County 911, what's the picture of your emergency? There has been a kidnapping.
Mr. Pace, is that you?
I believe so. So, okay.
And possibly exploited sex trafficking of my daughter. We are at 110 Tremont. It's called the Loft at Tremont.
What's the apartment number?
And it's in room 210 on the second floor.
Okay. What's going on?
So we knew that our daughter had been gone since Wednesday. We've been following posts. We filed a police report on missing persons.
And do you continue to recognize your voice?
I believe that's me.
Was this the night, or was this the early morning of November the 27th when you called 2022?
Yes, it is.
Is this the foundation you're objecting to, General?
No, Your Honor, it's also hearsay.
It's expressed as no suppression.
There's no such thing on Tennessee law.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. It goes to the state of mind.
Okay, so what's the relevance of the state of mind that he already testified that he felt rushed? Can you tell me the relevance of the state of mind with the particular 911 call that hasn't been testified to?
If I kept playing it, it'll confirm his testimony.
So
So,
it confirms testimony?
yes.
That's a well, hang on, that's a prior consistent statement, and that's not admissible unless his credibility is impeached, and then at that point, the other party can play his prior consistent statement. So if there's nothing inconsistent about it, okay, all right, so a motion to, or request to play 911 is overruled. Hang comments about this before we bring the jury back in?
No, Your Honor.
Bring the jury back in.
They're ready, Your Honor.
Bring it. Watch your name.
Did you call 911?
Yes.
And as a result of calling 911, what happened?
They were going to send officers to the scene.
And did officers come?
They did.
What did they do when they were there?
Two of them walked through the apartment initially. A third one showed up, and at some point they broke us to get individual statements, and I believe also talked to the neighbor right beside Jason's apartment. So
Did any of those officers go inside the apartment?
I believe so.
Did they see the ID card and credit cards that you laid out for them?
I'm not aware of what they saw.
Did they do anything to help you that night? Police officers.
Yeah,
What did they do?
they helped me keep looking for her. Us, or fairly, us.
They encouraged you to keep looking.
No, they was going to take a report and submit a report to missing persons. I said, get them on the scene. They're on standby, they're not reporting to the scene. Call your detective or your sergeant and put pressure on their sergeant to make their sergeant force homicide.
Forced homicide.
To come, to show up. He said the best I can do would be to tell my sergeant that I think it's important to put pressure on their sergeant and see what happens. It's the best I can do for you.
Did they tell you not to go back into the apartment?
I don't remember.
Did you ever go back into the apartment?
Yes,
When did you go back into the apartment?
immediately, right when they drove off.
What did you do in there?
Continue to look for more things.
What were you looking for?
Anything that would lead to finding Jasmine.
How long were you in the apartment?
Couldn't tell you.
More or less than an hour.
Maybe an hour.
Was that the last time you entered into the apartment?
It was.
So you entered into the apartment that one day twice.
Correct.
Mr. Pace, You were there with Katrina Pace when you were interviewed by Detective Crawford and Detective Seach, weren't you?
I was there.
You were there, you were here in this courtroom in February of last year, and you heard Katrina Pace testify then, didn't you?
I was here.
And then this past Monday, you were in this room when you saw Katrina Pace testify on that stand, right?
I was.
Were any of those statements true?
Do we remember it differently?
I'm sorry, were those statements true? I need a verbal answer.
Who am I to say what the truth is?
Did a resident of the apartment building open the door for you and I guess the four of you to come in the building?
No,
Who did that?
I didn't.
Did Katrina Pace or others get into Jason's store with a credit card?
I'm not aware if they did or not.
Did they get in? Who was the first person to get into the door?
I was.
Did you ever see Katrina Pace or another person use a credit card to get into the door?
I did not.
And you said earlier it'd be impossible to use a credit card to get into that door?
I did.
You heard Katrina testify that she went back into the apartment multiple times after that night, or after that morning?
I heard that.
Were you with her those times?
I was not.
Do you know what she did in the apartment during those times?
I did not.
One moment, sir. Does your ex-wife, Katrina Pace, does she have a reputation for being honest?
Objection, Your Honor.
Approach.
Did you have any concerns about Katrina testifying on Monday? Did you address anyone with those concerns? Who did you address? Sir, I'm sorry to ask. I know this is hard. But you can speak up for us. Who did you address?
The DA.
And how did she react to your concerns?
Good.
Did you address your concerns with anyone else?
The office. So, just the DA's office.
The DA's office. Anyone other than the DA's office or anyone in?
Not that I recall.
One moment here.
Sir.
Mr. Pace, I'm sorry for the circumstances why you're here.
Did you receive a subpoena to testify in this trial?
I did.
By who?
The state.
Did you ever receive a subpoena from the defense attorney?
I did not.
Were you ever notified by the defense that they were going to call you as a witness today?
I was not.
Did they tell you Monday?
I did not.
Did they tell you Tuesday?
I did
Did they
not.
tell you Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? Did they tell you this morning? You didn't know you were being called as a witness until you were sitting right there and he said your name. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you and Katrina been divorced?
20 years.
Is it fair to say that y'all don't have a great relationship?
Okay.
Is it fair to say that this whole experience has been hard on your already tough relationship?
It's fair.
Would you say that you're the one that initially saw Jasmine's photo ID, her driver's license, and her credit cards in Mr. Chen's apartment?
I believe so.
Were they in the desk drawer?
They were.
And you took them out and put them on the desk, is that correct?
I did.
And you were knocking on doors because you couldn't find your daughter, could you?
Correct.
And all you were trying to do was find your daughter.
Correct.
You were desperate. You were desperate.
Yeah.
You thought she might be in Jason Chen's apartment, didn't you?
I don't know that part. I just,
Would you have done anything to get in that apartment?
I would.
Because you had reason to believe, based on what the neighbors told you, that she could have been in danger.
Yeah.
You have a military background, is that correct, sir?
I do.
Is that one reason you're proficient in firearms?
It is.
Did you clean anything up in Mr. Chen's apartment?
No.
Did you plant any evidence in Mr. Chen's apartment?
Other than moving her credit cards and her driver's license. I don't know if that's planted or
You
not.
didn't take anything in there and leave it?
I did not.
Did you have any idea at the time what had happened to your daughter?
No.
Did you have any idea that she had been stabbed to death at that time?
Definitely not.
She hadn't been located, had she? But did you know that he might be involved?
Yes. With certainty. Because he lied about speaking with her, about the duration, about the timing.
And you were aware that he had lied.
Fully aware.
How?
I had him on the phone. And then even when we were sitting at Waffle House, we called an additional phone number, and they said it's probably not going to be successful because they speak Asian. I knew just enough to hold a conversation to start it right there at Waffle House. And then, if that's your girlfriend, you're participating with the parents to look for her. What can I do? I'm equally concerned that she's missing. How can we find her together? And the fact that that wasn't happening was the biggest immediate flag. He's my number one suspect.
Well, did he tell you that he did it, but it's because she came after him with wine glasses?
No, he lied.
When did he say he had seen her last?
He lied about that.
Do you recall when he had said he had seen her last?
I don't remember exactly what he said. I just know that it wasn't what the phone record showed. It was different than what we had proof of.
He wasn't concerned about her, was he?
No.
At all, was he?
No.
Were you monitoring Facebook during this time period?
We were.
Do you recall a time that week when a photo was posted from your daughter's Facebook account?
It was literally like the match that lit this whole thing on fire, because it was not a modest photograph posted on Facebook, and anybody that knew Jasmine knew she would not have posted that. And it was a different timeline of her photo, so it wasn't even recent either. There was just so many problems with it that it drew immediate red flags to everybody in the family. And friends, and people that knew her.
What day was that posted?
I believe that was the same Saturday, the 22nd.
And how'd you know it wasn't
26th. Sorry.
the 26th, Saturday the 26th?
Saturday the 26th.
And how'd you know it wasn't a recent photo of her?
She has tattoos, and we can know basically what month and year it is on which tattoos she has.
Did she have tattoos in the photo she allegedly posted from her Facebook the week of Thanksgiving?
They were missing, which means that it most definitely was an earlier photograph.
Do you think if you saw that Facebook post you would recognize it?
I would.
May we approach, Your Honor? Sir?
sorry I have to show you this photo, but do you recognize it? You
I
can
do.
look at the second page as well, please.
Yes, I remember this.
Is that an accurate reflection of the Facebook post that came from Jasmine Pace's Facebook as you saw it that week?
It is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be the state's next exhibit.
I've got 223.
Your Honor. May we get her to read?
Yes. There was an exhibit for item only, that's 223. Okay.
May I have DVD, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm not even gonna try to fool with making it larger. I don't know, this PowerPoint system's not always my best friend. Is this the photo that I just showed you?
Yes, it is.
Is that your daughter? Is that your daughter?
It was.
Does she have tattoos on her arm, on her shoulder in that photo, Mr. Pace?
No.
Does that say enjoying Thanksgiving with my baby?
It does.
And you now know that when that was posted from Facebook, she was dead. Is that right? And you now know that at this point in time, he had her phone, didn't he?
You did.
Nothing further, Judge.
You ready? Did jury have any questions for Mr. Pace? case, as you know, the jury has some questions, so I'm going to ask them. Take your time answering if you need to, all right? But just face the jury when you answer the questions, okay? How did you know Jason Chen was Jasmine's boyfriend?
I didn't necessarily know that it was her boyfriend. I knew that they had been speaking, his name had been spoken about, and that they knowingly went on a trip to Chicago together, and that his name was relevant. So we knew they were at least somehow close enough to take a trip to Chicago. More than that, I wasn't aware how much more that they were dating or not dating. At least enough to go to Chicago.
You might have answered in that last answer of this one, but I'll ask it anyway. Had Jasmine ever mentioned Jason Chen to you?
No, she never mentioned Jason Chen to me directly. But she did mention him directly to other people that she trusted and loved and was concerned about, sharing things that were important to her.
You said you lifted the handle to get into the apartment. Was the door open? How did the door get open?
I did lift the handle. I believe I just broke the mechanism, lifting so hard. And then after I entered, I unlocked the back of it after I entered so that I could turn the handle and get in freely again and again.
Did anyone in your party search the dumpster area on the night of 11/26/27? Do you recall if anyone saw articles of clothing or a sanitary pad?
Yes, we did. We did on that night, and for the next.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Say you did search the dumpster area, or you did see the articles of clothing and sanitary pad, or both?
Both.
Okay.
We did search him. We did see both.
Okay. Was Katrina Pace ever inside the apartment at the same time you were?
Yes, I believe she was.
Were you present when any items were taken from the apartment? If so, what do you recall being collected? Did you take anything from apartment 210? I'll ask it one at a time. Were you present when any items were taken from the apartment?
No, I was not present for that.
Okay. Did you take anything from apartment 210?
No, I did not. Possibly, and I really don't recall. Possibly we would have on the very next entrance, right after the police had left, and we kind of all concluded that their help was going to be less than expedient, and we may have actually grabbed all of her IDs and stuff at that exact moment, but it's a blur if we grabbed them at that next moment, or it's a blur. I don't specifically remember that we grabbed them at that exact moment, but it's reasonable that that's probably when it happened.
Just kind of following up with that, just want to make sure you understood that when the juror's question was, did you take anything? You mentioned we took things from apartment 210. Did you physically take anything yourself from apartment 210?
No, I did not take anything from the apartment.
Do you recall smelling marijuana when you entered the apartment?
I don't recall smelling marijuana, but I do expressly remember the bong that was on the computer stand and a baggie beside it, which maybe it's a crime, maybe it's not a crime. But we pointed that out, or we expressed that they should be looking and knowing that it was in there, that maybe it was somehow related, or maybe we would have known fingerprints or something like that. So it was pointed out. But the smell itself, there was no smell.
If you do remember, what items do you remember observing on the bed at the time you arrived for the first time?
I think all that I remember on the bed was the pillow, blankets. It was messy. It wasn't made up. So there's a lot of wrinkles and folds. Possibly there was clothing on top of the cover, the bed itself. I don't think anything else was on there at that time.
Can you redirect based on what the jury asked? Yes. All right, jurors, we're going to take a break at this point. It's 10 minutes to 12. Try to have you back at 5 minutes after 12. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. See you chambers coming.
I see, sir. Mr. Chen.
225 for ID only, filed under seal. Mr. Pace, one of the things in our conversation in chambers, it happened to talk about whether or not you'd be asked any more questions from either side. Neither side has any more questions for you, so you may step down. Bring the jury when they're ready. By the way, court reporting notes, there's a counsel president.
Please be seated.
Watch the party, please.
Defense calls Johnny Lawrence.
What's the last name, sir? Lawrence.
Johnny Lawrence.
I do.
Good morning. Can you please state your full name?
It's Johnny, Johnnny, Lawrence, Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence, where do you live?
I live in Nashville, Tennessee.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a crime scene expert, specializing in crime scene reconstruction, bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction.
Can you please explain your training and experience to get those qualifications?
I joined the Nashville Metropolitan Police Department in 1981. Class was full, so I had to go to a temporary holding area until the class started in November 16th of 1981. Then I started my training, graduated March of '82, and the next day I hit the streets in Nashville. My first zone was Lower Broadway. I worked in the patrol section, moving from Broadway to the Jefferson Street area, into the Preston Taylor area around 40th and Charlotte, and then what we call the Nations, out around the state penitentiary. I then transferred to the South Precinct, worked briefly in the Hermitage area. In 1989, I was transferred to the Homicide Division. And in our Homicide Division, back then, I was on the midnight shift, and we worked all personal crimes. We were the only detectives working during that time period. I stayed in the homicide unit until 1998, when I was transferred to the crime scene unit, and I became a crime scene investigator, leading into crime scene specialist. And retired from the police department once my retirement pension was available in 2012, September 2012. I didn't really do much after that, after 31 and a half years, but because some attorneys had contacted me, I then started investigating cases again in 2013. Started my own company called Nashville Investigative Services. and that was 2013, and was in that position until 2017. When Rick Berry from Berry Watts Investigations out of Franklin, Tennessee, approached me and asked if I would come to work for him. So in 2017 I did, but now the company name is called BWI Forensics. And the reason of that is because we branched out. We have a digital forensics unit, we have traffic accident reconstructions, we have fact investigators and mitigation investigators on our staff.
And how long have you been in private practice?
I started my own company in 2013, switched over to BW Barry Watts in 2017, and I'm currently still employed.
When you were a police officer, did you have the occasion to work homicide cases?
Meaning, in fact, my first homicide was a couple of weeks after I first hit the street on Lower Broad. I don't know if you remember, we had a Greyhound bus station, and we also had Trailways. And there was a homicide at the Trailways bus station across the street, and that was my first homicide. And now I was a rookie. My job then was to put up the yellow tape, secure the area, see if I could locate witnesses.
Can you explain a little bit about your progression as you were promoted through Metro National?
In patrol, you don't really get much extra training except for what they call in-service. Every year you have to go through a week's remedial training to get certified for the Post Commission. That gives you the authority to be law enforcement. So until 1989, when I went into homicide, I really didn't have outside training except for patrolling. But once I went into homicide, I got access to going to seminars, listening to experts on homicide investigations and procedures. One of those was the Williams Association in Albany, New York. We had in-house training because it was always cheaper. Excessive training is very expensive. You have to take care of room and board. So we would bring people in and host training units and invite people from other surrounding cities. During that time, I received numerous classes: bombing, explosion, work, witness interrogation. Subject interrogation, witness interviews. Try to separate the two. Procedures. We didn't get in depth with crime scenes then. I'm talking late 80s, early 90s, because we had a very good crime scene unit, very experienced. Back then, you worked as long as you could physically work, and most of our crime scene unit was experienced officers with 20 plus years. So when we would get a homicide, we would discuss what we got, what little information we usually have, let the crime scene unit go do their thing, we would go do our thing. So the witness interview, and that's where that really played a part in. And then we would discuss our progress as we go. But you do the interviews, went to autopsies, learned the procedures on how the medical examiner takes care of his business, learn how to ask questions about it, what to look for. So you learn the basics of investigation techniques. And that lasted till about the mid-90s when I started getting a lot of experience in this, and they wanted me to start teaching. So I started teaching the in-service classes I had mentioned where you had to go every year or two. Then in 98, I switched over to the crime scene unit because I was getting more interested in the processing of the crime scenes. And during that time, I received the best training I ever had. I was learning physically from these experienced officers. We had our own small lab. It wasn't a full crime lab, but it was a lab where we would process evidence with alternate light sources, chemicals, what they call super glue. I'm sure you've seen that on TV. But I started actually learning how to do crime scenes and what to look for and proceed. During that time, I took bloodstain pattern analysis classes. 2002, I took a class from a Mr. Jerry Finley, who was retired from the Georgia Bureau of Investigations. He was classified as an expert in the field. I also took a class from Mr. Tom Bevel out of Norman, Oklahoma, who is considered one of the leading experts in crime scene reconstruction and bloodstain patterns. I have gone to conferences. I have spoke extensively in the past to bloodstain experts, Stuart James, T. Paulette Sutton, several others at our conference. I am a member of the IABPA, IABPA.org. It's an organization for bloodstain experts and people in the field. They host an annual conference. I try to go to as many of those as I can. And then on my own, I do practice at my house, trying to come up with different techniques or making determinations on stains.
Regarding blood stains, so that the jury can understand, what are blood stains?
Blood stains is the result of blood coming into contact with something else. It's a stain that has developed because of some type of action. The layman's term of the definition is it's the reconstruction of blood stains within a scene, not necessarily a crime scene, any kind of scene, but to try to determine what is the action or cause to develop that stain.
What is blood stain pattern analysis?
That is bloodstain pattern analysis, but bloodstain pattern analysis can be broadened quite a bit to the point to where you're physically working the stains.
What does that mean?
Working the stains is you're trying to determine directionality. You're obtaining the size of the stain, whether it's a drop. That's what you normally have, the impact stains. You try to get the measurements, the width and the length of the stain. There's a trigonometry formula you use, and that will give you the angle of projection of that stain. Therefore, you can follow that angle to try to determine the location where the source was. Now, the source is whatever has that particular stain on it. It could come from a victim, it could come from an object, it could come from a suspect, it could come from anything. It could come from somebody going through blood and tracking it and it coming off. An impact stain is something, it's actually a blood drop that has left an object with force. So it's traveling. Once it hits, it's going to slide. And when it hits, it's going to leave like a little tail on the end of it. A lot of people say it looks like an exclamation point, the line with the dot. The dot will indicate where the directionality of the blood is going. So that gives you an indication of the area, but it doesn't give you the height, location, so you try to work the stains. Now, what I normally do on cases now, because I don't usually get access to a scene until it's long past it, I do a lot of what they call blood stain interpretation, which I'm telling people what the stain is telling me. Now, I'm not able to go deeper than that because I don't have access to doing the trajectory with the measurements. So blood stain interpretation is giving you an understanding of what you're seeing.
You had also talked about crime scene reconstruction. What is crime scene reconstruction?
Crime scene reconstruction, it's the same thing as crime scene investigation, but I'm after the fact. It's crime scene investigation, and the definition for it is an attempt to reconstruct the scene to be able to determine what happened and where it happened. What I try to explain to people is the main things in crime scene investigation is the old cliche term who, what, where, when, how, and especially why. Those are the answers you're trying to figure out, not just overall, but everything you do. If you see a piece of evidence, you ask those questions. Why is it here? How did it get here? When did it get here? So if you go that way, you're investigating each piece of item within a crime scene. It's meticulous. You have to take forever doing it. But crime scene reconstruction, you're trying to put this back together to where you can see what happened and to get a better understanding. Crime scene investigation and reconstruction is like working a jigsaw puzzle. I'm sure everybody's done one. You get a box with a picture on top of it. You've got 500 pieces inside. Take the picture off. You have no picture. You're trying to put this puzzle together without an idea of what you're seeing. There's issues sometimes. It's a 500-piece puzzle and you got 506 pieces. You have to ask why. Put it together. Maybe you got 490. Again, why is there 10 short? So you're trying to figure out why something is going on within your investigation. But that's how I proceed with it.
After your time in Metro National Police Department, have you received other training as long as you've been in your own firm or BWI?
I've gone to several IBPA conferences. I'm a member of TALPI, which is the Tennessee Association of Licensed Private Investigators. Because in my field, to be able to get access to tools I need, you have to be pretty much registered with the state of Tennessee. So I'm a licensed private investigator. And I go to those conferences every 2 years, but I teach a lot in those conferences also. I've also been to, I don't know if I mentioned, several of the IBPA conferences. I go to the Tennessee Association of Criminal Defense Attorneys Conference, TACLA. I try to go to that every year. I'm not always able to because of my scheduling, and I have taught numerous times in that conference.
Do you have you ever testified before?
Yes, many times.
How many times would you say you testified?
Total testifying dates back to around 1990. I have no idea to give you that number, but as an expert in the field that I mentioned, I've testified on numerous cases throughout my career, not necessarily as an expert, but as a witness, or to clarify things in a case from a witness. But as an expert, I was asked to look at some cases, a case out of Williamson County, which is around Franklin, Tennessee, Spring Hill, Tennessee. And I testified as an expert there right about the time I was retired. I think it was 2013. Testified in Memphis, Tennessee on a double homicide case.
Were you qualified as an expert in there?
Yes. Hickman County, which is near to Dixon, testified. Well, I was going to testify as an expert the day I showed up. The case was settled. So I actually didn't testify, but I was recognized as an expert prepared. Knoxville, Tennessee, we had a case, but it's actually Roane County, just outside of Knoxville. That was actually last year. Many times in Davidson County. Some cases you probably remember, but the majority of cases are not as broadly in the news. Testified in Montgomery County, Clarksville, Tennessee. I testified as a crime scene investigator in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania on a case, only because the victim was brought to Nashville. So that's how I got involved now.
The defense hired you in this case, correct?
Correct.
Do you only testify as an expert for the defense?
No, no.
Who do you testify for?
Whoever hires us, we work for prosecution, the defense, and we also work for private citizens, because a lot of times private citizens are not content with the result on the death of a relative, so they want a second opinion. But I do cases for prosecution and I do cases for defense.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Johnny Lawrence as an expert in bloodstain pattern analysis and bloodstain pattern interpretation and crime scene reconstruction.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. County Your witness. Sir, how many times, a number, have you testified as an expert witness at a trial?
That is listed on my CV. I'm thinking, and I'm guessing because I don't have it in front of me, 12 to 15 times.
Would it surprise you to learn that we've not received your CV, sir?
No, sir.
That wouldn't surprise you at all?
Well, I'm not sure of the procedure.
Did you provide it to the defense?
Just the other day. Yes, sir.
Just the other day? So you've only been on this case for how long?
Since December 7th of 1922.
December the 7th of
That's when I was notified of the case.
1922.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In what fields have you testified as an expert?
Crime scene investigation, crime scene reconstruction, bloodstain pattern analysis, bloodstain pattern interpretation, and shooting reconstruction.
You provided expert testimony in those fields.
Yes, sir.
How many times?
It's on, I say it's 12, 15 in that area.
12 to 15 times in that one particular area.
That's what I could remember to be able to honestly document it in my CV. There could be others, I don't remember.
Have you prepared and generated a report of your findings of your examination?
No, there was no report generated.
No report generated?
No.
Who told you not to generate a report?
Nobody.
May we approach?
So you don't generate a report in cases like this?
I do not generate a report every case I work, no.
In every case you work? But let's just be clear, sir, you worked in a crime scene unit in 1998.
Started in crime scene, yes.
Sure. They generate reports, correct?
It's in the policy, yes.
And when you're hired by families that are looking for answers, you generate reports.
Yes, sir.
In this case, did you generate a report?
Not as far as an expert report, no, sir.
Because you know that would have to be turned over to the state of Tennessee, right?
Goes to whoever hired me, and
That's it?
where they go, where it goes then is a, no. It's
So were you instructed to not generate a report
No.
in this case?
No one told me not to generate.
And of course, in your law enforcement experience, you know how discovery works, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that when an expert generates a report, it has to be provided to the other side to provide a fair opportunity to challenge their findings, right?
It's a misstatement of law. May we approach?
Yes.
Did you examine items of evidence in this case?
I actually went to the scene.
You went to the scene?
Yes,
And what
and examined them. Not physically, but through the photographs and everything in this cover.
So when you say you went to the scene, you did not go to 110 Tremont Street, apartment 210,
Yes, I did.
okay? To look at physical evidence?
Actually, to look at the scene.
Okay. So you went to the apartment building,
110 Tremont.
and how did you get in, sir?
Keypad.
Who let you in?
I was with Attorney Weiss and my coworker, Ms. Stephanie Alexander.
And on what day did that occur?
That was December the 9th, 2022.
2022.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you reach any conclusions based upon your view of the scene on December the 9th,
I
2022?
was looking at things that I could tell the police had done, pointed a few things out. Once we was there, maybe 5-10 minutes, Attorney Weiss left, so it was just me and my coworker, Stephanie Alexander.
Do you recall what the question was, sir?
Yes, sir, I'm trying to get to it. But I was taking photographs and examining things as I went. When I went in, the initial room was dark because of a alternate light that was in there. Floodlight, looked like it's a blue tint. So I was taking photographs.
Responsive to the question.
It is a responsive to the question. Let the witness answer.
So, I think the question was, did he visit the crime scene? The witness is answering what he did at the crime scene. So technically, there is some distinction there. If you want to continue with information about what he did at the crime scene, you may continue. If you want to move to a different line of questioning, you may do so.
Did you reach any conclusions based upon your visit to the crime scene?
No, sir.
You didn't reach a single conclusion.
There was no way to reach an absolute conclusion just from my visit.
And then after you reviewed other evidence, photographs, videos, so on and so forth.
I actually went to the scene again.
Okay. Did you reach a conclusion based upon your second visit to the scene?
Not a conclusion, but a observation.
Did you record those observations, the
Photographs.
results of your observations?
Photographs.
Photographs?
Yes, sir.
And you agree, sir, they're exclusively within your control?
Yes, sir.
And the defense?
Yes, sir.
Did you draw any conclusions based upon the results of your observations?
Not an absolute conclusion.
Didn't ask that. Did you reach any conclusions?
No, sir.
None at all.
No, sir.
Did you reach any conclusions at all in this case?
Not absolute, no, sir. There was no way to.
So you're not able to say to any reasonable degree of certainty any fact of consequence in this case?
Not a total conclusion, but observations, technique, and procedures. Yes, sir.
Sure.
From what I've just mentioned, there was no way from crime scene work that I could come to an absolute conclusion.
And did you memorialize that fact in any format?
No, sir.
Did you convey that?
I'm sorry?
Did you convey that in any format?
I discussed my observations and
Your observations.
what I could, what I think should have progressed during the investigation to where you can come to a conclusion.
Okay. So you yourself have no conclusion at all that would materially assist this jury in reaching the ultimate decision in this case?
When you say conclusion, I'm interpreting it as a final decision of what I think happened. I do not think, from my observations, I could not make a determination beyond a reasonable doubt of what happened. But I did observe, interpret, look at things, and make I started to form an opinion, but I could not complete that opinion.
Did you record or memorialize those opinions?
It was not an opinion, sir. I could not form a final opinion. I was coming up with what we call theories. You start thinking of how things could happen, but you have nothing to base it on.
State with objections.
Sir, I think I understand what you're saying, and that you did not come to any conclusion that you could reach an opinion. Did you write down the fact that you could not come to an opinion? Or did you email it or communicate it in some way, is the question.
Not as a whole, no, sir.
So-
There's more information that had, but as I received discovery in the case, it started clearing up to me. But for me to put an opinion in the report as this is what happened, I could not do that beyond a reasonable doubt. But I had information, I learned information from my 4 visits to 110 Tremont that this needs to be looked at. Something happened here. And hopefully the discovery was going to relay that, but it never did.
Okay, all right. Any redirect on this issue?
Would you give an opinion that wasn't supported by your findings?
I'm sorry.
Would you make an opinion that wasn't supported by your findings?
No, sir.
Would you give an opinion that wasn't supported by your investigation?
No, sir.
In your time as a police officer or when you've been in your private practice, have you had an opportunity to look at crime scenes before?
Me.
Okay. And take me through the process of what you do when you begin your investigation.
There's a lot of changes in it. The majority of the time when I get involved is long after the incident. It has to be after a preliminary hearing or a direct presentment indictment. That is when the defense starts getting case information, reports, photographs, things related to the case. Normally, sometimes it happens, but normally they don't get any of that until after those hearings. Then I would receive that and I can begin my investigation. This particular case was a little different because I did have the opportunity to visit the scene. That happens occasionally, not often in my field. So I took advantage of that and went to the scene, actually 4 times, trying to determine what happened in the scene. The scene was my main concern. What happened in that apartment? So each time, 2 inside the scene visits, 2 outside the scene visits. So the 2 times I went inside, the first time I was able to obtain photographs, which things you couldn't really see. The way I do it is take the photographs and enhance it once I get back to the office. And I found things in the photographs I wanted to see again. So I made another visit and found what I was looking for. So that's not an opinion, that's an observation. Could I tell you beyond a reason about what that told me? No, but I can give you an idea of what possibly caused it.
Is it your responsibility or is it part of your job to critique or go through what the crime scene investigators working for law enforcement did?
It's part of my job because it plays a big part of what took place, and it helps me to come to a final opinion or conclusion. In this case, I got the discovery at different times. You get one thing 1 month, the next month you might get something else. So you proceed hoping the questions that you're forming are going to be answered with the continuous discovery. You don't know if you've got all the discovery until right at the end. Hopefully you do.
In fact, when was the last time you received that?
Okay.
Mr. Lawrence, when's the last time you received discovery from my office in this case?
It was this year, the exact date, I don't remember.
A couple weeks ago?
Yes, sounds about right. I didn't want to lock in on a certain date.
Did we receive discovery in December too?
Yes.
I want to talk more about there's a nomenclature being used here. Findings, opinions, conclusions. Let's go through each one. What does findings mean to you?
Finding is basically what it says. You found something that could be involved, couldn't be involved, and you try to determine if it was. It's something that could lead you the right way or could deter you.
Did you have findings in this case?
Many.
We talked about observations. What does observations mean?
Observations can be different types. When you walk into this room, there's many things in here. You're observing some of them, but not everything. The second time you come in, you might observe something else. Each time you walk in, you might see something else. Same way with photographs. You might not see it in the photograph until you do something to it. So now, you've got another observation of what you're looking at.
Let's talk about conclusions. What are conclusions mean?
To me, conclusions means I can show you this absolutely happened, beyond a reasonable doubt. It does not mean it's something, well, to me, it's something that you could form an opinion on, make a conclusion on, and be able to sit and testify honestly that this is what happened and this is what my opinion shows.
What about conclusions about not the ultimate issue? Did you make conclusions about, per se, how the crime scene investigator applied to legal knowledge? Did you make a conclusion of, how well they did that?
Yes, about that and things that wasn't there.
We've talked about there, for example, there was I think it's called the alleged blood in the bathroom on the wall. What is that called?
They're called impact stains, but some people can classify them as cast off, which is an
Well,
impact.
I'm getting a little into what he would testify to, perhaps, a little more on his qualification. I understand you got to talk a little bit about what he did in this case, but witnesses' testimony is getting far afield.
For those topics, did you develop an opinion?
Not an absolute
I'm not
final
asking about
opinion,
an absolute.
but yes, I did start forming theories, is what, things to look at.
So theories, so define theory for us.
To me, a theory is, it's best for an example. If you find something laying on the sidewalk, you're wondering how it got there. You're going to start deciding, how did it get there? Why is it there? That kind of thing. Is there any other way it could have happened? It's a theory, it's kind of what people call tunnel vision. You focus on a specific thing and you miss out on other things, but there are other things there which are different theories.
Like a turtle on a fence post?
I don't understand the cliche on that, but
Let's talk about, did you form opinions?
me,
You have opinions on this case?
yes.
Do you have an opinion regarding the ultimate issue on this case?
Yes,
Without saying.
but I do have to,
How does that go to qualifications?
What's that?
That's step two. We're doing step one. It's like, is he qualified to give an opinion? So if you could restrict your questions, please, to just his qualifications to come to that opinion.
Can you answer with their discretion? Do you have the necessary qualifications to give an opinion on crime scene reconstruction?
yes,
Do you have the qualifications to do bloodstain pattern analysis and bloodstain interpretation?
I can. I'm listed as an expert in that field.
Have you been qualified as an expert in that field?
Yes.
Have you been qualified as an expert in that field in courts in Tennessee?
Yes.
Have you ever been excluded as an expert in the state of Tennessee?
It's not in my CV, but I think there might have been one, but it was a touch and go situation on that.
Mr. Wise, I apologize. There might have been something more to your question earlier than I was picking up on. If you want to ask him questions about getting into the substance of his opinion of whether or not it would be the certainty or his definitions between findings, observations, and conclusions, that would be helpful in making determinations. If you want to go down that road, you certainly can. My apologies.
Just to make sure, You weren't there November 22nd, early morning of November 23rd, 2022.
No, sir.
And because you weren't there, what is a crime scene investigator's job what is your job when you go in there?
My current job,
Your current job?
I normally don't get access to the scene, so it's usually all after the fact from the discovery. Whatever work has been done that's been provided to me.
And is that how someone in your profession goes about doing their job, doing their investigation?
Yes, sir. As the definition was, you try to recreate the actions of what took place and try to put it in an order.
In some cases, can you come to an ultimate conclusion?
Oh, yes, many times.
And sometimes you can't come to an ultimate conclusion.
No, sir.
What would be the reasons, the times that you can't come to an ultimate conclusion?
The biggest problem is not enough information, which is discovered. Not enough was included during the work.
No, Judge, Your Honor, this is an opinion. He has not been qualified to produce such.
Sustained.
In other cases, you said you developed opinions.
Yes, sir.
Did you develop opinions in this case too?
Yes, sir.
One moment here. You have testified to opinions in other cases,
Yes, sir.
and you testified on behalf of the defense in some of those cases.
Both the defense and prosecution.
And so you've been hired by a DA's office before,
Yes, sir.
and you gave an opinion.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Lawrence, this won't go on forever, I promise. Okay?
Fine, sir.
I think I'll just try to cut to what I need to know. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah.
Mr. Lawrence, I think I'm clear on your use of the terms findings and observations and conclusions.
Yes, sir.
Findings are basically things that you see, observations, kind of the same things that you see. Conclusions deal with your opinion.
Yes,
Correct? So you've been offered to be an expert in two different fields, I see. Bloodstain analysis as well as crime scene reconstruction.
yes.
You see those as two separate distinct fields as well?
They are distinctly different, but in many cases, they almost have to be used together.
Well, they're overlapping for sure.
Correct.
So you said you made many findings
Yes,
and you have many observations
yes,
and you have many theories, is that correct?
correct.
Okay.
Opinions, but not
Well, I'm saying theories, trying to use your word,
Yes,
theories.
sir. Theories, coming up with different,
Yes, and I think you said earlier, trying to figure out what else could have happened.
correct.
So on the bloodstain pattern that you looked at, I'm talking about, without getting into the specifics of your opinion, you're talking about developing those many theories about what else could have happened. Are any one of those theories more likely than other theories that you come up with? Or would you describe them all as generally, these are all within the realm of possibility?
With what's in discovery, the theories I came up with was from multiple things.
Multiple possibilities?
Yes, not possibility, but as far as photographs, one photograph might tell me one thing, the next one might tell me something that's unrelated but related.
And those are findings
But, yes,
and observations.
Correct.
We're talking about your theories now, which is getting a little...
same thing.
Theories and opinions are derived from those lower, more factual things you're seeing.
Correct.
So make sure, I think I understand what you're saying. Just want to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, the theories unrelated to time and observation, it led to a theory that I had come to.
So you have a theory. Or is it multiple theories?
And that led me towards an opinion. Yes, sir.
You have an opinion.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Getting closer.
Can we approach?
Yes. Okay, so we're talking about the opinion that you arrived at in this case.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that opinion of something that happened or something that could have happened?
I'm saying something that I believe happened.
That you believe happened?
Yes, sir.
So maybe I didn't understand what you're saying earlier, but the phrase that I wrote down earlier is that you could, quote, give an idea of what possibly caused it.
That's part of my theory and findings, but it's coming to an opinion. I believe this happened, but there's not enough there to come to a final, beyond a reasonable doubt conclusion.
Okay, we're not asking for beyond a reasonable doubt. That's not the standard for what we're talking about.
Yes.
The jury has to find the elements of the crime to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, but for what we're talking about, so you can put that out of your mind as far as your conclusion does not have to be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay. I just need to understand if it's your opinion to a reasonable degree of certainty as a crime scene investigator or as a blood pattern analysis investigator, whether that opinion is to a reasonable degree of certainty in those fields.
Yes, sir. I did come to a reasonable degree that I felt like this occurred.
Okay. So that brings us to the next point. Lunch is here, so the jury's going to be sent out to lunch. We'll continue with this next phase with this particular witness. We'll bring you back when we're finished. We typically take an hour and 15 minutes. I'm going to try to stick to that. If this part of the testimony takes longer than expected, you guys may be out a little longer while I give the attorney some time to get some lunch, okay? So you can step into the jury room, we'll speak to you lunch. Some water's on. Mr. Lawrence, please be seated. What we're talking about before, we're trying to make a determination of whether you even had an opinion that met the threshold that meets the standard of being able to substantially assist the trier of fact. We're still talking about that. At least we know you formulated an opinion which you say is beyond, or excuse me, is to a reasonable degree of certainty in those two fields we talked about. Okay. So at this point, I think that both sides, Mr. Weissman, there you go. You disappeared from my fiddle picking. Sorry. So at this point, I think we can get into, we're not still not still not beyond his qualifications yet. I think at this point we're getting to the mixed examination of his qualifications and what his actual opinion is. The jury's out, so Mr. Weiss, if you want to talk a little bit about his opinion as well, based on his qualifications, you can. The state will be able to do the same.
Does the court want to get to it or lay a foundation?
You can start wherever you want to. The jury's out, so if you want to talk about what your opinion is and then how he got there, you certainly can.
Mr. Lawrence, did you form an opinion on whether or not Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace with premeditation?
No, sir.
Did you form an opinion where Jasmine Pace within the apartment died?
The photographs and the discovery I located, that I received, there is nothing at all that can prove or show where she died. I can show where a big part of this incident took place.
And where's that?
In the bedroom.
Why is that?
Because of findings and observations I noticed from my pictures and the crime scene pictures taken by the Chattanooga Police Department.
Detective Crawford said that Jasmine Pace died in the bathroom. Can you refute that opinion?
Again, I cannot say, and I don't believe anybody can say where she actually died at.
Why not?
Because there's so much blood throughout the scene. So what you look for is indications of actions, reactions, actions, of where things occurred. I could see that in the bedroom. But what was being shown to me in the crime scene pictures is reactions from Blue Star of stains, which is giving me different opinions of how those things were developed. But it stopped there, and that's a problem.
Have you ever trained crime scene investigators before?
Many times.
And do you have any opinions regarding the efficacy, the job that the crime scene investigators did in this case?
It's hard to say on this because the crime scene unit, and it's multiple departments are like this. The crime scene unit is a separate unit of the homicide division. They need to stay separate. You don't need everybody in a huddle and people telling others what to do. The detectives are there to figure out what happened, investigate what happened, interview witnesses. They bring the crime scene unit in to do their job, investigate the crime scene. You try to keep information out so you can keep bias there. Let the investigators do their job and proceed. I saw a lot of issues with this where the investigators appeared to be being told what to do and when to do it. Therefore, that's why I see a deficiency in the Blue Star. There should have been a lot more done once that blood or reaction, possible blood, was created. Therefore, we could have probably been able to show exactly what happened, where it happened, and how it happened.
Do you have an opinion on the type of testing that the crime scene unit did?
Blue Star is one thing you use. It's an up-to-date version of the old term luminol. Blue Star is actually luminol with 2 types of sodium added to it. It gives a better fluorescent, it lasts longer, and you can see it much better, and it's more stable. Once you hit what you think is blood, or given an indication of blood, that doesn't mean it is. It's a presumptive test. You lightly spray it, then you turn the lights on and you go to those areas, and you try to enhance that to be able to come up with patterns, directionality patterns, like, and I'm throwing examples, shoe impressions, foot impressions, hand prints, anything to give you an indication what was going on there. To do that, you have to enhance those things. You use the hemosticks now. It used to be phenolphthalein.
What is hemosticks?
Hemosticks is kind of like a diabetic uses in a glucose machine. You prick your finger, you put a little strip on it. That's it, like a hemstick. So you do the Blue Star, you do the hemstick to kind of give a little more verification it's possibly blood. You have to take a photograph of that hemstick of where you swab it, because it's documentation. Where did that stain come from? And this is what's shown. What was the reaction, negative or positive? But then you have to use a chemical. The one I use is glucose crystal violet. It's a stain. What that does is you spray that stain like you did the luminol, and it will develop your pattern, which is there. It's not going to dissipate until you clean it.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with me. I think we're getting into more of the depth of the opinion, which is fine to touch on that for this point. Mr. Weiss, again, I'm going to go through what I think he said so far. If there's anything else that I haven't noticed,
I have
more on different types of opinions.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Did you develop any opinions regarding whether or not the scene had been contaminated?
Yes, I did.
What were your opinions on, does the court want to hear the opinions on whether the scene was contaminated?
You can get into a little bit, but again, we get into the granular level of it.
Just trying to
Beyond this, right?
briefly, tell me your opinions on how the scene was contaminated.
There were multiple items either brought in or taken out
How
from
do
the
you know
scene
that?
because of photographs and documentation from the discovery.
What about in regards to the Blue Star? Do you have an opinion that the Blue Star showed any type of contamination?
Again, the Blue Star pictures, the only thing you're getting out of it is illumination. It tells you nothing about the blood.
Had you observed the, hold on, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Would the court want to hear that? What all did,
I hear all his opinions that he would offer as an expert. I've got 4 so far.
do you have any opinions regarding how this case was investigated?
Beyond the lack of Blue Star. that we're
Beyond
trying to
the
talk
line
about.
of Blue Star.
And beyond the fact the scene was contaminated.
Yes, I can, yes, sir.
Please explain.
What I mentioned about the bedroom, there were several things that I was able to locate during enhancement of the photographs or observation of the discovery from the state. And I located things that could substantiate my opinion.
I'll let Mr. Weiss direct, but we're getting to what your opinion is.
Okay.
What is that?
With the enhancement of pictures, I found additional evidence in the bedroom near the large saturation stains and the markings on the wall. That was not in the discovery and was not tested.
And what
It
opinion?
sounds like a broken record. I need to know what an opinion is about those factual things that you said.
My opinion on that was at least part of the altercation took place right there. It happened right there.
In the bedroom.
In the bedroom.
I've got that already. A big part of the incident took place in the bedroom. Here's what I have, Mr. Weiss. You can flesh these out in more detail if you want to. Sure. As far as opinions that this witness, as an expert, might testify to, I've got his opinions that nothing can show where she died. However, a big part of the incident took place in the bedroom. As far as the investigation, more Blue Star should have been applied, and also the scene was contaminated because multiple items were brought in and left out. So those are the opinions that I have as far as this expert witness perhaps providing to the jury. If there's something I've missed, something you wanted to explain more, that's where we're.
Go ahead.
One correction on that, sir. The Blue Star, not that more Blue Star needed to be added, but different types of techniques after the Blue Star. And that's where the glucose crystal violet comes in.
So there's other tests.
There's other tests, yes.
Do you have an opinion on the evidence that was submitted to the TBI and the way the TBI processes information? Or processes evidence?
The opinion on that is some failure. That's basically what
Opinion
should,
what?
failure, what should have been.
They failed.
There's things that I felt like was absolutely needed to be tested properly that would show what
Some more items should have been submitted.
meaning more.
We're getting close to an opinion on that one.
Okay.
Thank you. Continue, Mr. Weiss.
Mr. Lawrence?
Officer, are there any other opinions that you have in regarding this case? And do you understand that opinion is based on the findings and that you've made? That okay.
I think that one of the biggest ones, it goes back to the Blue Star. The photographs that were taken, a particular one I was most interested in was taken from the bedroom, down through the hallway, through the bathroom, and into the living room. This shows a broad area of illumination through Blue Star. If this is blood, my opinion is most of this, if not all of it, was what I call track blood or traveling through it. It's continuous movement back and forth through there. And that's why I felt like if I could have had more absolute pictures of the scene, I could have explained exactly what happened. But this apartment has one door and a window in the bedroom. That is the main path of this room. There was so much, my opinion is there was so much traveling through this area that whatever stains were absolutely there in a pattern-wise was totally destroyed.
Do you have an opinion of whether Jasmine Pace was dragged through the apartment?
I did not see anything to indicate that. That's my opinion. I do not believe that there was dragging.
So there's been talk about use of cleaning supplies in this case.
Yes.
Do you have an opinion on how luminol might affect, or how these cleaning supplies might affect the Blue Star test?
I know because I've taught it before that Blue Star has many false positives. Unless you know absolutely what it is, I would suggest testing it. But I cannot say what did or did not affect it. I do know tap water affects it because some tap water has a larger increase in iron. So you would have to have a control on that. But in my opinion, the Blue Star lit up possible blood. But what I saw as a failure on that was there was excessive Blue Star. And that's obvious on the crime scene pictures. On the bathroom door, you've got tiles, you've got hardwood, and you've got carpet. The carpet will absorb it. But there was an excessive amount of Blue Star because you can see the Blue Star on the bathroom door when you enhance it, that it's just running down off the door. You don't need excessive. You have to have a thin layer, so you're just trying to locate blood. Once you locate it, it has to be processed.
I think that's all the opinions that I would seek to.
Okay. Well, while you're there, let's go down my list to make sure that we all agree. This witness has an opinion that a big part of the incident took place in the bedroom. He has an opinion that the Blue Star aspect should have been investigated further than it was. He has an opinion that the scene was contaminated, with multiple items being brought in and taken out, as well as a lot of the blood that showed up on the luminol, which I guess is part of opinion two. It was tracked blood. And the last one I have is that more items should have been submitted to the TBI. Anything else beyond what I just said that we have an opinion about, not findings or observation, but an opinion about?
Not that I can think of, because I'm solely keying on the scene itself. So
Okay.
I think I'm pretty much.
Okay. All right. Anything that you want to develop further, Mr. Lawrence? All right. You may step down for right now, sir.
Your Honor, we asked that we be able to continue.
Well, Counsel Perch. Mr. Lawrence, you may step down for now, but don't discuss your testimony. Stay in the courtroom. All right, as counsel knows, the reason experts are allowed to testify is if their opinions can substantially assist the trier of fact. What I've heard so far gives me concerns about that. We can argue it. Mr. Weiss, it seems that there's no issue, or no question really, that this crime scene was contaminated. And so when your expert says it's expert opinion that the scene was contaminated, multiple items brought in and left out, I don't see how that substantially assists the trier of fact. Let's do it one at a time.
It was confirmed by state's witnesses that it was contaminated, but the defense has a right to put on our own proof to show that it was contaminated as well. Excluding an expert that has information substantially that could help explain the contamination from his perspective as a crime scene reconstruction expert is essential to this case. It's pivotal.
Tell me how, because I mean, if that's the case, then you've already won. You've already got that in. The case, the
I don't know, but I don't know what the jury is thinking. So I don't know if this confirms something they believe, or maybe they don't believe in contamination. The juror might not believe that the scene was contaminated.
I don't think you need an expert to say things were taken in and left out brought into the apartment and taken out of the apartment. The scene was contaminated by blood getting tracked around.
Well, that's not the only thing that was brought in and brought out. Just like I did in the suppression hearing, I'm going to show what the stills were from Officer Crittenden's body cam, and then compare it to the pictures that the crime scene unit took when they came in. And we're going to show the differences of how things have moved, cabinets have been opened, knife has been placed on the bed, notebook, and he can testify to that and say, I've observed the body cam video, and I looked at the crime scene investigator photos, and these are the differences that I see. That hasn't come in at all in this case thus far.
I don't think you need an expert for that.
What?
You can have an expert. If the expert's going to testify that these things were brought in, tracked out, moved around, and this is what it means, that's helpful to the fact of consequence. Yes, right now we're still at square one where this expert just simply testified, or would testify, that the scene was contaminated. Not what it means, not how it helps or hurts either case, just that it was contaminated.
So, I'm glad we kept Mr. Lawrence here. So I guess then the opinion for that issue would be that someone came in and moved objects, and I can tell that based on these observations. I don't understand how...
That's the terminal pump that's been supposed. Yeah, someone did move an item. The knife is here in this video, wasn't here in that one. So you don't need an expert to say that.
But I can use the expert to say that. That's
negative. Not unless it would substantially assist the trier of fact.
Are you looking at Rule 803?
702.
I think the Mustafa, State versus Mustafa opinion from 2022 would be enlightening for everybody, Judge. Particularly subpart 4, expert witness testimony.
What's the site?
There is a court of opinion, 2022 Westlaw 2256266.
Stop. Where in the opinion are you looking at, gentlemen?
Section 4, Your Honor, expert witness testimony.
Are you getting that, Mr. Weiss?
No, Your Honor. I don't have access.
Yeah, if you don't mind, let me give him, defense counsel a copy. Or let me see it.
I projected it to the court would like.
Can you email it to him?
Yes.
Well, it wouldn't help, Judge.
That's true.
Oh, if you could email it to Ms. Morrison. Your Honor, maybe we have a 5-minute recess so I can go read this case.
Yes, sir. Well, let's do this. If it's just to read the case, let's all read it together, okay?
Yes, sir. We don't have
Sorry, what?
We still don't have it, so we're not.
I'm sorry, Judge, I'm trying to work off of
I'll print it. I'll print it.
Outlook Internet, and I just hit the send button right before they
That's okay.
said they didn't have it. So they should have it momentarily.
I just printed a copy. Ms. Pledger, if you could.
Ms. Morrison's unable to respond.
Ms. Pledger, I just printed a copy of this case. You mind grabbing it from the printer and make 2 copies if you don't mind. you need a copy, Jim? I'm going to interrupt your reading just a moment, and you can present in just a moment. One of the key aspects that we're talking about and is listed in this case talks about how in this Mustafa fact pattern, the court concluded that the distance the victim may have traveled to reach the defendant for the shooting had little relevance to the theory of defense that the victim was the first aggressor and the defendant shot the victim.
What page are you on?
This is page 28. Paragraph that starts, as to the defendant's condition, or excuse me, as to defendant's contention of the trial court's exclusion. What it seems to be, and again, convince me otherwise, if I'm asking you to if you can, I don't see how, if the issue in this case is premeditation versus heat of passion, I don't see how, whether or not the blue star, multiple items brought in and out of the crime scene is relevant to premeditation versus heat of passion. I don't see how, whether or not a big part of the incident took place in the bedroom versus Investigator Crawford's opinion that happened in the bathroom, I don't see how that substantially assists the trier fact in anything relevant. I don't see how the Blue Star investigation should have included two more components when the defense has already admitted that the defendant killed the victim but did so in the heat of passion. I don't see how the Blue Star aspect of this is relevant to premeditation versus heat of passion. Whether or not the TBI should have sent more items might be. That's still open. We haven't explored that as much. For those other three, I don't see right now how it's relevant. So you can, when you're finished with the case, feel free to finish developing your thoughts from it. That's what I need to hear from you.
Your Honor, it's 1:30.
Okay. It's 1:30. We're going to take a 45-minute lunch break. That'll give you time to eat, and review, and discuss, and we'll be back at 2:15 for this case. Please let the jury know that we're still debating. where you need to be if the state's objecting to this expert, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you just articulate the reasons why you think you should get excluded? Then Mr. Whitefield will respond.
Are we on the record now?
Your Honor, the basis for the state's objection, we're on the record. The basis for the state's objection to expert testimony in this case is pursuant to Rule 702, which provides that if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will substantially assist the trier of fact to understand the evidence or to determine a fact in an issue, the witness qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, expertise, training, or education may testify in the form of an opinion or otherwise. This witness has, during my voir dire, denied making opinions. The exact words that were used at one point are to say he's equivocated on everything. The court began to then voir dire the witness, asking about opinions versus findings versus theories. The witness said that he has, quote, many theories, but then went on to describe it as guessing. Your Honor, that's not going to materially assist the trier of fact in this case. So on that basis, under 702, and specifically for the reasons enumerated by the trial court in the case of State versus Mustafa, we must object to his qualification as an expert. He seems like a very fine gentleman. However, I don't believe he should be permitted by the court to opine on or be declared an expert within the two fields that were submitted. I believe one of them was crime scene investigation, the other being blood stain expert or blood pattern analysis. I can't remember the exact language. Thank you.
So it's less about whether or not he went to the right schools, had the right experience. It's more about whether or not his opinion in this case can substantially assist the trier of fact.
I understand that the schools that he went to, as I understand his testimony, was that he's worked in crime scene units starting in 1998. His retirement was sometime in 2013, and was in private practice until 2017, where he then joined the group that he's with. He does have a long career. The question is, does he have specialized training or experience? I heard he has attended tactile conferences. This is the Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. I've heard that he has attended, I believe, 3 schools or 3 classes, one of them taught by an individual whose name is Devil. I didn't catch the rest of it. There's been no testimony regarding any peer review of any of his work, specifically the practice and experiments that he does in his house that he testified to. He did go to the scene on 4 occasions, Your Honor, but at that point, evidence had been removed. He describes that there is no peer review of his methods. He hasn't described any scientific or reliable system which he's using to take measurements of the scene or to conduct an analysis of what he observed at the scene. He hasn't provided any clue. He hasn't provided us any clue to the processes, methods, or procedures used to render his opinions other than they are his theories and guesses as to what happened. And on that basis, we would say that he just can't testify.
All right, I'm going to take one thing off the table for discussions. We can focus on what we want. I do find that Mr. Lawrence, with his experience in the criminal justice system as a crime scene crime scene investigator, where he served in Davidson County since 1998. His experience before that as a homicide investigator, seeing many homicide scenes apparently. He started National Investigative Service in 2013. He's currently employed there. He did list many teachings that he's done and trainings he's attended. And so I do find he would probably qualify as an expert in crime scene reconstruction and blood stain pattern analysis as an occupied defense. question is whether or not he can form any opinions that are helpful in this case.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And he can. So, first off, the court needs to understand that Mr. Lawrence is, does the court want Mr. Lawrence in here?
He's still on the hallway.
It doesn't matter at this point, I don't think.
Okay. Mr. Lawrence is a rebuttal witness. He is to rebut the state's proof. And so that is essential to the defense's case. The court has already excluded the forensic psychologist that, and with utmost respect, as the court knows, we believe is an error because what Dr. Cogswell talked about what a forensic psychologist does and what kind of proof that he would need in this case. But the point of Mr. Lawrence is to rebut the state's investigation. Specifically, let's talk about Dr. Cogswell. Dr. Cogswell opined, and a lot of his opinions, I've brought this up before, aren't exact, aren't certainties. If the court is looking for certainties in the criminal justice system, you're not likely to find it very much.
On that point, just make sure, so I know we've revisited that a few times now.
Yes, sir.
No one has to say with 100% certainty this is what happened. What they can say, or supposed to say as an expert is to a reasonable degree of medical certainty or psychological certainty, their opinion is this. So there is flexibility in there. The court, I'm not asking for an absolute certainty of anything. I think the flexibility comes from to the reasonable degree, but your opinion has to be something more than speculation. Just so you know. So we
And
have to keep
I would
it
agree with that. So Dr. Cogswell talked about the position of the body when killed. That is something that that expert opined on. Dr. Cogswell opined on the crime scene in general. While he did not testify that Ms. Pace was shackled or handcuffed because he was excluded from that, the state made those implications that she was. Mr. Lawrence can testify regarding the state of the body. When found, he can testify regarding kind of the same things that Dr. Cogswell saw. Then there is with Crawford and the investigator Crawford and the CSI team rebutting on how one of the arguments is that this is the most blood that they have ever seen. Our argument, our rebuttal is they're not seeing just blood. What we're seeing is the cleaning materials that we talked about, that all these people that have contaminated the scene. So yes, the court is probably right. I have one on contamination. But it's not just blood that would have been tracked throughout the apartment. It would be the cleaning materials too. And he can opine on that as well. Then one of the most serious things, and one of the most important things that we need Mr. Lawrence to testify about is how the Chattanooga Police Department, the crime scene investigation, collected evidence. And more importantly, and what's going to come out through Mr. Lawrence are pieces of evidence, specifically one piece of evidence that CPD still doesn't know about. So it's important for me to be able to introduce that through this witness.
Is it in the defendant's possession?
It's in your possession. Your investigator took the picture.
So what picture are we talking
We
about?
haven't, I don't know, Judge.
I don't have to say. I don't have to say.
Well, we're talking about whether or not your expert gets to testify about it, so.
He found evidence at the scene that Chattanooga Police Department crime scene investigators took a picture of, but they've made no mention of it. And I would like to reserve my ability to show that through my expert. And it would be more of a factual thing. What did you find?
Well, let me say this, that it's a very close call where he's going to be able to testify anyway. If it's something that's going to be significant.
In-camera inspection is fine, Judge. We don't need to see it.
Well, you need to respond to whether or not it's relevant, I think.
Yeah, I would like to see it.
Chuck.
All right. Where did it go?
We do have these photos. Yeah. Again, I don't know.
All right.
The relevancy, but we do.
Oh, well, here.
Any other opinions you want to?
Can I
Yes.
show the court? If it's going to be the difference between me getting my expert in and not, I'll show the court.
Could be.
So, not only is our expert a crime scene reconstruction expert, but he's also a bloodstain interpreter and analysis. These are pictures provided to. You're not going to be able to see it on these.
Turn the lights off. Brian. You can zoom in if you wish.
Well, no. So I have three pictures that Mr. Lawrence has created here where he zooms in. Now, if the court, where's the...
For the record, Judge, that's already in evidence as part of the collective exhibit.
Okay. Okay. Then I
Oh,
refer.
wait, no. Yes, with the gold on bottle, it's not visible, Judge, because it's cut off.
So if the
For the
court...
purpose of the record, what exhibit number are we talking about?
Your Honor, it's one of the ones that investigator Johnson.
You can remark this one, or mark this one.
I believe it's 150. 15.
115?
150-15.
150, okay. Yes, sir.
This sheet here, we believe, was collected on November the 28th. It's listed as item number 30 on Investigator Johnson's evidence inventory report.
You talking about the bed cover?
Yes, this maroon-looking sheet.
All right, sir.
So if the court will look right here, and I'm going to put another picture down. And what the court can see here is you can start to see fingerprints. And then here's it even more closely. Fingerprints. These were never collected by CPD, as far as I'm aware. They were never sent off for testing, as far as I'm aware. And there are no results of whose fingerprints those are.
About fingerprints on a bed cover, right?
Correct.
So I've been doing this a while, and I've learned things every 11 minutes, it seems. I've never heard of fingerprints being taken from like a cloth material, like a clothing or a bedspread.
And that's one of the great things about my expert, what he could explain.
Well, you didn't say that earlier, so we might be able to pull it up and talk about that again, but
We can do that too.
I've never heard of fingerprints being able to be taken from a bedspread.
And it should be noted that this piece of evidence, while collected, has not been introduced through the state as well. In fact, I don't, it might be in the prosecutor's office for all I know, but it's not here in the courtroom.
Okay. So just to catch me up to where you are so far, you're saying that the expert, your expert, is important to rebut Dr. Cogswell's opinion of the position of the victim's body,
Right.
to rebut Detective Crawford's statements, the most blood he's ever seen. Your expert would say that's actually tracked blood, not blood from a victim. And your expert has an opinion on how the evidence was poorly collected.
There's that. Let me go ahead and say the most essential opinion that we talked about previously. Investigator Crawford said he opined, not an expert, not qualified as an expert. He said that he believed that Jasmine Pace was killed in the bathroom, where Mr. Lawrence will testify, not that he can say where she was killed, but can say that there's no, I mean, I think he testified this, there's no way that Investigator Crawford can make that opinion. That is an essential part of the case.
Can we discuss that briefly?
Yes, sir.
I believe that your expert said that his opinion was that most of it happened in the bedroom, which could be seen to rebut Detective Crawford's belief that it happened in the bathroom. I do believe that Detective Crawford did not make that statement as part of the state's case in chief. It might have come from a jury. You're asking the question, like, where do you think it happened, perhaps, and he's allowed to answer at that point?
I'm certain he was allowed.
So you're thinking General Moyle or General Wong said, where do you think this happened? And he was allowed to answer for that. I thought it came in
I
either
believe
cross.
it was Mr. Weiss. I believe it was cross-examination, Your Honor.
I think it was either cross or juror question, because I think they asked.
I remember that I didn't, 15 seconds into the question and the answer, I remember that I believed I should have objected and I hadn't, and Investigator Crawford had sort of got it out of his mouth already. I recall that it was on cross-examination for that.
It wasn't too direct anyway.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. It might have been me asking the jurors, or it might have been twice.
What?
Not to say that it matters. It might be a distinction without a difference. Just kind of making sure that it wasn't brought in for the state wanted the detective to say that opinion. I don't think that was the case. Okay.
And then the last point that I'd like to make, it is unfair to exclude this witness because somehow first off, there's due process rights. We have a right to present a defense. By limiting this, you are vastly excluding the testimony that is necessary to rebut and contradict the state's case. But as the Mufasa court has been recognized today, the Mufasa opinion has been recognized today, if it doesn't, the court pointed out, the state is, or the defense theory is voluntary manslaughter, not premeditation. So the expert's opinion is not relevant to that issue.
To substantially assist them, that's correct.
On that specific issue, then the rest of it would be irrelevant. Well, in that same vein, though, once I did my opening and admitted to the killing, the state then put on 5 days of proof regarding fingerprints and blood and all these different things. Why didn't the court limit the state on proving just premeditation at that point then?
Because the same evidence that showed the identity of your client as the person who killed Jasmine Pace can be used as far as covering up the tracks that's relevant to premeditation. The fact that the state might have used the cell phone records to show that it was Jason Chen who killed Jasmine Pace. Since you admitted that, the state can use the cell phone records to show that Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace and then took a lot of elaborate steps to cover it up. So it's still relevant to premeditation.
That was relevant to abuse of the courts. But for the good example is the fingerprints. How does the fingerprints help prove premeditation? It doesn't.
It doesn't, but you didn't object to it.
Well, Your Honor, the state has to, beyond a reasonable doubt, prove, it doesn't matter what's said in opening. If he admits to the entire thing as first-degree murder in opening, the state still has to. He pled guilty in front of the jury. The state, he pled not guilty, I apologize. The state still always has to meet our burden of proof. So it can't just be, well, he admitted it, so now we're just going to cut to the chase. Obviously, we have to present proof, and we take that burden very, very serious, regardless of what the defense says in opening statement, which is not proof for the jury. And they're going to hear that instruction. So I would contest all of that exchange because, of course, we have to prove it was him, which includes fingerprints and cell phone location records. That burden is still ours.
And we would have had that discussion for sure if there had been an objection by Mr. Weiss. However, it would have, since identity was not an issue, it would have had less probative value than if identity was still contested. I'm not saying it would have been excluded, but that's the point.
I agree with the statement. I don't disagree with any part of that. They shouldn't have been limited in proving their case. The defense should be limited in proving ours.
It's got to be satisfy the rules of evidence. There is an objection to this expert. There wasn't an objection to fingerprint evidence or anything else. So we can only proceed on what the parties don't. I'm brought in when the parties don't agree on something, and so they don't agree on it. So Mr. Roll, I know you really want to respond to some of this. While Mr. Weiss is still here, I want to ask him some questions about what he just said, okay?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Weiss,
Yes, sir.
you basically listed some reasons for rebuttal, why your expert should be allowed to testify, specifically to rebut Dr. Cogswell's opinion about the position of the body, Investigator Crawford's opinion about the most blood he's ever seen, and how the evidence was collected. Please tell me how any of that is relevant to voluntary manslaughter versus premeditation.
The state's theory is that Jasmine Pace was killed in the bathroom, and it wasn't a result of an argument or something in the heat of the passion. They're trying to show that there's blood throughout the whole apartment, which isn't necessarily true. They haven't shown that with scientific proof beyond to a reasonable scientific certainty where Jasmine Pace was killed within this apartment. They're trying to allege that all the 60 stab wounds, his efforts in hiding the body, and doing all these things, prove premeditation. The defense's theory is that if we were able to bring in Mr. Lawrence to show that the majority of the blood was in the bedroom, and that would corroborate the defense's opening, that would show that the killing did not happen in the bathroom. It most likely happened somewhere, or it happened somewhere else in the house, but no expert can tell you, or no person can tell you exactly where it happened.
Thank you. We're getting very close to why this expert might be relevant. I heard you right. I'll say it back. If the state's theory is that there was blood everywhere across the apartment, and therefore killing happened in multiple rooms, versus the killing occurring in just the bedroom in that one heat of passion type moment, that's getting close to an opinion by this expert that's relevant to premeditation. Maybe I haven't been explaining it for the last hour and a half well, but that's what I've been wanting to hear for sure. So that's starting to make, I see your point finally. So I get the point about the blood not necessarily being all over the apartment, if that's what you're saying your expert's going to say. Position of the body, can you tell me more about that? How can your expert be qualified to talk about the position of the body when the defendant's stabbed?
Mr. Lawrence would testify that, so the state keep trying to make the inference that Jasmine Pace was shackled and bound and then killed. Whereas my expert can explain that, for example, he can say, I spoke to Miss Paglino Brewer, for example, and she heard running and back and forth. And that wouldn't be conducive of someone that's already handcuffed and shackled if she's hearing running back and forth. So he could testify regarding the information that he received as part of his investigation in that way. In addition to that, he can also testify regarding the ligature marks or the lack thereof. If you looked at the wrist of Jasmine Pace where the handcuffs or shackles were, and we got into this with Dr. Cogswell, you see rusting from where the moisture hit the handcuffs, but what you don't see is bruising, tearing, or anything like that. He's going to testify that you don't see any defensive wounds on the body, just like Dr. Cogswell would have testified.
So there's a few things we talked about on this opinion that you want your expert to give. I don't see anything as history about anatomy, physiology, how the body responds, when shackled. So that's one thing you talk about, is your expert's qualifications to rebut Dr. Cogswell's opinion on that. The other thing is that Dr. Cogswell never said she was shackled. He said basically 2 + 2. He didn't say 4. Basically said that she was in one place. She, didn't move.
But the court has to remember, when Dr. Cogswell is testifying about this, and I objected to this because of this very reason, they were showing a picture of Jasmine Pace bound and shackled. So while Dr. Cogswell didn't say it out loud, it was on the screen for the whole jury to hear. That gave the impression, it gave the inference, and it's unfair and misleading. That's why I objected at that time.
Well, it got right up to the line, but in my opinion, did not cross it. Dr. Cogswell did not testify with anything that was beyond his expertise.
No, I agree with that. But the image on the screen didn't match the testimony Dr. Cogswell was testifying to, and it's misleading for the jury. He didn't say that she was shackled, but sure as heck there was a picture of her shackled on the picture behind him while he was testifying about it.
What would your experts say? How can your experts be qualified to talk about what ligature marks look like and how the body...
He said he's worked over, I think he said 800 homicides in his career. He's been to multiple crime scenes. He observed the discovery in the course of his investigation. It's all part of it.
That would make you an expert in it, wouldn't it?
Judge Stillman's already qualified me as an expert in cross-examination, so...
Okay. All right. Anything else you want to say on that point?
Dr. Cogswell said that Jasmine Pace was killed in the same way that she was found in the suitcase, or that it was likely. And he might, or Mr. Lawrence he won't be able to say what position she was in, but he can say it is unlikely that that position would make sense because there's lack of defensive wounds, because of the running beforehand that was testified by the first witness.
Okay. Anything else on that point?
Yes, sir.
All right, how the evidence was poorly collected. Can you explain how that goes to heat of passion versus premeditation?
The state is trying to use the evidence they collected, and they're going to use it in closing to show that this was not a crime of passion. So he's going to be able to testify that there was he found no evidence that there was any planning, any motive, or anything like that during the course of his investigation.
So motive isn't necessarily premeditation.
Correct. But it is something that could substantially help the trier effect. Even though motive and planning is obviously not a part of the any element of first-degree premeditated murder, calm and cool reflection is. So when the court goes through the jury instructions for first-degree murder, he's going to be able to opine on that very subject.
Well, I need to hear the opinion before I think he's allowed to give it. I get the blood opinion. Not really convinced on the position of the body when and again, the state will get a chance to respond to all of this. How the evidence was poorly collected. It's almost something that militates in favor of the defense in this absence of evidence doesn't hurt the defense, it doesn't seem to.
But the lack of collection of evidence and the lack of the testing that TBI did could show we're not claiming, it could show self-defense. It could show the story that the defense said in opening. It would help corroborate that statement, that the collection of evidence here is misleading because they didn't collect evidence that would show that this was a crime of passion versus premeditation.
Okay, well, again, we're going to put your expert back on the stand, and he's going to have to explain how the lack of evidence goes to that. Okay. General Moore, you want to anything else on the points we talked about? I think that covers.
The handprint was the only other thing.
Yeah, that's something I've never heard of it, but we'll see what he has to say when we get these back to the stand. All right, General Moore, it seems like whether or not this very experienced former police officer can testify as to the position of a body when it was killed. I'm not really convinced that's within his realm of expertise to the degree that would substantially assist the trier of fact. The blood evidence seems closer to a relevant, admissible purpose, that if all the blood truly should have been in the bedroom, but instead was everywhere in the apartment, it seems like it would be something helpful to the defense in showing that it was the killing happened there. So, and the fingerprint from Des Greb, we'll just put it back on the stand. That's kind of where I am with it right now, so feel free to proceed however you wish.
Your Honor, he was tendered as an expert in two fields, crime scene and blood pattern analysis. Saying that, well, the blood should have been here, but it's contained in this room is not an interpretation of a blood pattern. It's simply not. If we were looking at pictures of cast-off and asking him from what direction was the blood cast off the solid object while it was in motion, he may be qualified to
like a more specific opinion. This seems like something that would be easier for him to make, a much more basic opinion, but he still could probably make it, don't you think?
I'm not so sure that he could, unless he has some kind of experience in quantifying volumes of blood. How could he say that most of it is here and most of it's not there? And also, don't forget, Your Honor, the duality of the argument that's being made by the defense in this case, contamination, but one of the primary people who did the contamination in this case is none other than the defendant by cleaning up the crime scene. So I don't know how an expert hired by a defendant who presumably knows that his client was mopping up blood would be able to render any kind of an opinion to a reasonable degree of any kind of certainty where the majority of the blood is when he knows for a fact that his client cleaned up the scene. That was said in opening statement, and I understand they're not bound to it, but if that's the theory of the defense and he's a defense expert, then surely he knows that to be true. So, Your Honor, the question then is his opinion reliable?
Let me ask you on that point.
Yes, Your Honor.
It seems like that would go to the weight, not the admissibility. Like if he's going to testify that it's spread out the apartment, the state can certainly argue that besides contamination by the victim's family, besides contamination by the police, the defendant's own efforts in cleaning up blood does not, it muddies the waters to the degree that you can't say that it happened all over the apartment.
But that's one of the threshold questions for McDaniel versus CSX, the reliability. He has not provided any testimony whatsoever regarding the methods that he used other than I looked at pictures. I've been in the crime scene 4 times. We don't know when. We don't know what methods were used to take measurements, if any. We don't know what tools were used to evaluate items of evidence, if any, other than just pure observation. So I would submit that it does in fact go beyond the scope of blood pattern analysis, and further it would go beyond the scope of crime scene investigation. So the state would disagree with that, and we would object. As for the bloody fingerprints, again, beyond the scope of his expertise. He's not a latent print examiner. How can he opine that those are indeed what he claims them to be?
And how can you opine that even if they are is a handprint? To my question, even though if it was a handprint, it certainly looks like finger smear. Could fingerprints be usable prints, be extracted from that?
That's not the issue with why that's important. The importance is we don't know whose handprint it is. And the whose handprint it is because if it's Jasmine Pace's, then she was not shackled when she was killed. Okay. But no, that's the proof of it exactly. So
I want to stop you at some point because I want to, so we're not making the same argument, so I want to focus in on the one that you made. When you said the issue is not whose fingerprints they are, but who made those prints, or who made the hand, so it's like,
I did not articulate that.
okay.
It's important to know that this, what we believe to be handprint, was not tested to see if it was blood. There was also no testing to see if they were, or whose fingerprints they were. If they were Jasmine Pace's, and the defense's theory in opening is that Jasmine Pace attacked Jason Chen as he ran back into his bedroom, and then he picked up a knife and killed Jasmine Pace. And our argument is that he was not, or Jasmine Pace was not shackled at that time, that she couldn't, or then she left that print. Because if she was shackled at that time, she couldn't have made that print.
Okay. So here's what I'm getting, and we'll get back to the guy with the code in just a minute. I would love to hear that contrary to what I believe for over 20-something years you can get prints from a porous surface like fabric. I do see where maybe the size of the fingers might indicate whether or not it was someone who was 6'1" or someone who was basically 5 foot nothing, is what I could advise. That might be helpful in identifying who left the print.
I don't think he could opine as to that.
I think we have to ask.
Well, hang on, General Wolf at the same.
I'm sorry.
I didn't know.
I know, please let him finish. You'll have your chance to respond.
Yes, sir.
First of all, it's the classic garbage in, garbage out analysis, Judge. The defense, in saying what he would opine to, I spoke with Miss Paglino Brewer. I spoke with her, and based on that, I don't believe that this was a murder, that it was some sort of an altercation, fight. But keep in mind, Judge, the testimony that she gave from the witness stand contradicts the very assertion that this happened in the bedroom, that there was running away from the bedroom towards the front door after the scream.
Again, doesn't that go to weight versus disability, where the expert would have to say he disregarded that aspect of it?
But that's the only thing that the defense could cite to that he relied upon. Furthermore, the ligature marks, the defensive wounds, I think was all part of the same argument for this particular piece of evidence. He's not a self-defense expert. He can't opine as to what kind of a wound is an aggressive, offensive mark or a self-defense mark any more than the medical examiner couldn't. He was asked, and he couldn't answer it. He said, no, we shy away from those terms. So it's the state's position that he's an expert in all fields, but can render an opinion in none. And on that basis, Your Honor, he is not a reliable witness. And because he's not reliable, it will not materially assist the trier of fact in this case. Subject to Your Honor's questions.
I think I'm good.
Thank you.
So far.
May I just make one last point?
Yes, sir.
That handprints also prove that she wasn't in the field because she got most of
All right. Where we are with this, I've got a good idea of where the parameters think of this expert's testimony might impact the relevant aspects of this trial. There's still a couple of questions I have. I've heard enough from the parties what they expect the proof to show and what the anticipated testimony would be. I do not find this expert qualifies to the degree that he can give an opinion about the position of the victim's body when the stabbing occurred. I think that Mr. Weiss's comments on ligature marks and what they mean that does not, I don't think the qualifications I've heard from this particular witness rise to the level where he can provide that. The standard is not whether he has a little more experience than the average person. It's got to be enough to substantially assist the trier of fact, and I don't think that's the case with this particular expert witness. I do think that he is an expert enough to testify that the blood that lit up the entire apartment basically could have been spread by contamination of a crime scene. I believe he certainly personally worked enough to where he could give that opinion, say that it's tainted. I believe he said in his testimony earlier that he can't say for sure where it happened, but I interpret what he said about the bedroom, that a big part of the incident took place in the bedroom. So, General Wall, I hear your objections about how he was saying he didn't have opinions, but suddenly came up with some. This particular witness seems like he uses a different nomenclature than most other folks, so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. He might have been thinking of something that was 100% certain or beyond a reasonable doubt, neither of which are the standards that need to be, that apply whether or not he gets to testify. So I do think he can establish his credentials and the relevance to this particular case, which we finally got around to talking about, on whether or not the blood could have been tracked, carried, or whether it was by the defendant or the Pace family or the police officers. I certainly think he can give an opinion on that as well. The only question mark I have is about the fingerprints on the bedspread. That really wasn't developed when he was on the stand earlier. So he's going to need to come back to the stand and explain exactly what his opinion is on that. Then the court will make a determination whether or not he can testify as to that realm of testimony, I should say. So where is he? I can bring him in.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes, sir. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Mr. Lawrence, we've talked a lot about what you can talk about and what you won't be allowed to talk about from this jury, but there's a very specific line of question I think Mr. White's going to ask you about regarding the fingerprints on the bed sheet that you looked at.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. White.
Mr. Lawrence, did you review the discovery and evidence provided in this case?
I did.
I'm showing you a picture. Can you please identify that?
This was a crime scene picture of the scene from the bedroom that was in the back room, showing the pictures taken actually near the bathroom door, leading into the bedroom. It turns slightly to the left.
Do you know if this maroon sheet was collected into evidence?
There was one collected, but I think it was misidentified. But to me, it's a comforter type, but I think it was listed as a sheet.
I'm showing you what's, this is the evidence. I'm showing you what's the evidence inventory report by Broker Johnson. Can you identify number 30?
Number 30, collected on the 28th at 10:11 as a maroon fitted sheet.
Is that what that is?
It could be, but the picture is kind of indicating it could be a comforter. It could be a fitted sheet.
But it is maroon.
Yes.
Okay. how many times did you do an investigation inside Jason Chen's apartment?
I went in twice in December.
So,
And
tell me about how, was this in there when you went in the apartment?
No, sir, there was no bed covers on the bed.
Okay. When was the first time that you saw that picture?
It was saying probably around June. Once the discovery started coming in, I received the crime scene pictures and everything started trickling in. That's when I saw it.
So when you looked at this picture, tell me what you did as part of your investigation.
As I've mentioned before, when I look at photographs, you don't actually see everything. So I make a working copy first. I take all of what I get, move it out of the way so I never touch it. But I make a working copy where each photograph, I will enhance the photograph. Either by desaturation, which means turning it into black and white, which gives more clarity, or adding brightness, contrast, or tones. Because sometimes you can't physically see things that are on different colored items. So I enhance the photographs.
I'm showing you two pictures. Can you identify these?
Yes, sir. These are close-up pictures of this from my stock.
Did you manipulate this in any way other than zooming in?
I zoomed in and I did change the contrast and the brightness a little bit, just to give it a little different tone quality.
And why would you do that?
Because when I zoomed in, I started seeing something. Couldn't tell what it was. I had to go in and physically change the contrast and stuff to where it stood out. So once I got that balanced out, then I zoomed in closer, and that's how I located what's there.
For the purposes of the record, Your Honor, can we mark this as the next collected exhibit for identification only?
Yes, 226 ID only. At this point, if he gets to testify, I can talk about it.
Of course. Should we staple together?
Yes, please. There's plenty of pictures, Mr. Weiss, 3.
Yes, sir.
226, 1 through 3.
The first record here is all of the state's evidence.
All right.
Now, after you observed, what did you observe in the picture? What did your contrast show you?
The contrast showed me some possible blood transfer stains, which my first thought was they were linear type, which that appeared to be finger impressions.
Why is that important in this case?
Well, from information I had, there were 2 people there. So who did it belong to? Why was it there? Pretty much like the who, what, where, what. Why is this thing in this particular location? How did it get there? And who's this?
And why is that important in this case?
It's important in every case, actually, but
Particularly in this case.
in this case here, it kind of indicates something is going on in that area, the bedroom. And it fits into the smaller confined area of the saturation stains on the floor and the markings on the wall.
Do you believe that to be a handprint or finger marks?
It's possibly a whole hand, but there's no way to find that out. But it does appear to be finger impressions. I can't tell if it's it's going to have to be a swipe, which is transferring a bloody object to an object instead of picking it up from an object.
And that's called a swipe?
It's a swipe, but it's a transfer. It's a type of transfer. You're transferring the blood from one location to another, and you're leaving a blood-stained pattern at that location.
Would it have been possible to develop fingerprints from this surface?
Very, very rarely can you get rich details enough to make a comparison. You can try to get the width, length of the hand. Sometimes that can lead you to determine if it's male or female, but that's not always exact. But you could get a little clarity to it. Plus, you can also get cut out a swatch to send it in for DNA and confirm it is blood.
Do you know if that was ever tested here?
From everything I received, it was not tested.
Do you know the defense's theory in this case?
Yes, sir.
The state's theory is that Jasmine was bound and shackled when she was killed, right? Do you understand that to be the state's
Yes.
theory? And why, what proof would this handprint show if it belonged to Jasmine Pace?
That her hand is on the bed, coming from some direction. But it could indicate that there was no restraints.
What would it say about her being in the fetal position?
Well, you can't argue what position she is in, just how the hand got there. It would be important on how high that bed is, because beds are different sizes, the height of it. If she's in a fetal position and restrained, she's not going to be able to at least reach her hand up high.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to beyond the scope of his expertise. It's an opinion.
He's seen the handcuffs and the shackles, so he knows how short the chain is on the handcuffs.
At this point, overruled.
You have to take into effect the height of the bed, the position of where it's at, and I was considering that compared to where the big saturation stage was. But since those were not photographed together, it's going to be hard to do that. But it actually can give you an idea if it's enhanced and processed, if someone was standing, kneeling to that. But from those pictures, I cannot physically say she was in a certain absolute position when it was developed.
So Dr. Cogswell testified that he believed that Jasmine Pace was in the fetal position when she was killed. Does your investigation as a crime scene reconstruction expert differ with that?
The way you just
Mr. Weiss, that's already been talked about as far as Dr. Cogswell's opinion. So the witness is not going to be able to testify to the position of the body.
Yes, sir.
You may ask another question.
Those regarding the handprint or whatever this mark
Okay,
is.
I thought he was getting into whether or not what position of the body is what I thought you said. But
I thought you just said I couldn't ask that.
that's what I'm saying. That's why I stopped you from asking it.
Okay, so that's the last line of question I have regarding that topic.
Okay. If it's anything to do to rebut Dr. Cogswell's opinion about the position of the body, this witness can't testify to that. If it's something different about the position of the body as far as the handprint on the bedspread, feel free to ask about that.
Is there anything else that is relevant to the positioning of the handprint on the bed?
Well, that's all I could see out of it, and I didn't have access to it. But all I can make a determination on is what I see in the photograph, and in my opinion, what caused it.
May I do another line of questioning?
Sure, if it's relevant.
There's been what's been described as cast off in the bathroom. That's part, and that was used as information Investigator Crawford used to give his opinion that Jasmine Pace was killed in the bathroom. Do you have an opinion on where Jasmine Pace was killed in this house or in this apartment?
No, not. I could tell stuff happened in the bedroom, but there was not enough evidence in any other room that gave me the opinion something else happened in there except blood was in the other room.
So there was alleged cast off in the bathroom. What is cast off?
Cast off is a type of impact stain. It is developed when a blood drop has some type of force behind it. If blood has no force behind it, it's going to drip. Gravity's going to take over. But if there's any type of force behind it, it's going to send that blood drop to another location. That is considered an impact. Cast off is a terminology used that a blood drop has been forcibly moved and it will develop a pattern, like a linear pattern. It's either arc or straight line, which means the blood is coming off of the object and traveling in that direction until it hits something or gravity takes over.
Now, what they're calling cast off, that was never tested, as far as you know?
I did not see any testing results.
Does that cast off imply or make it more likely that Jasmine Pace was killed in the bathroom?
What those things show is there was some blood drops that was projected. What the source it came from, you would not be able to determine.
What do you mean by the source?
The source could be a hand, it could be a towel, an object that is being moved, and the blood is leaving that object. A cast off usually comes from an object, a lot of times associated with a weapon, but there's nothing that's going to make you a determination with what we have. What caused this thing?
Your Honor, for clarification, are we talking about the bathroom cast-off now, or are we talking about the bedspread? I'm confused. Can we clarify this?
We're talking about the bathroom cast-off.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to be sure. Thank you.
So, could that cast off have come off an inanimate object?
Please explain that, Mark.
Could it come off a bloody shirt?
Yes, it could come off any object because it does not leave a telltale of what the object is. Now, as far as the cast-off, as I mentioned, cast-off, once it leaves the object, it's going to travel until gravity takes over or it hits an object. This particular stain had multi-directionality of stains as far as which direction the stain's going. That is common because some drops are smaller than others. The smaller drops will lose the force and gravity takes over and they start dropping faster than the other ones. So you might have some still going upward, but then now you've got some coming down.
I have one more line of question, and it involves the Blue Star. There is argument that if Jasmine Pace was killed in the living room, she would have had to have been, let me rephrase. You looked at the Blue Star pictures in this case?
I did.
Did you see any evidence of dragging?
With the pictures provided to me, you could not make out any drag marks or on the carpet. Carpet's it's a sorbent, so that's going to kind of distort it anyway. But there was nothing I observed that I can say as an opinion that there was or wasn't. I just could not see it.
Did you see footprints?
Again, the Blue Star photographs were from a distance. There possibly, but that's why you go further and you enhance it to see what you got. All I could see was a narrow path of Blue Star reaction, but once that was done, it was not close up. You need 90-degree shots of stains.
And so did crime scene investigation, in your opinion, did they do a proficient job at documenting the scene?
They did Blue Star and they located possible blood. That was a good job. But you have to go further. Now, I don't know what, but you have to go further. You have to, okay, now you've located blood. What does it take? Possible blood. What kind of blood? You have to test it, which they did with the hem sticks. They said there's another presumptive test. It came back positive. But you have to document that. We don't know where that stain could have possibly come from. You have to take photographs. Once you do that, everybody does things different. So you have to follow a policy or a plan, but you need to document these things. What do these things show you? And that was not done.
And because they were not done, what effect does that have on this jury?
Objection just beyond the scope of expertise.
Yeah.
I got the ultimate question there. Sure. Sustained.
You are aware that Jason had cleaned the apartment after killing?
When I made my visits, I could see swipes and wipes on the floor.
You saw evidence of cleaning?
No, I saw blood. And once I started getting the discovery, I take it from December when I made my visit, I did not know what police had done or what the scene actually would look like at the time until I started getting discovery. But with the discovery, It was mentioned numerous times that there was cleanup.
And did you see evidence of that?
On my visit, yes.
I want to,
I think that's all the line to question. Thank you, Mr. Cross.
Sir, do you recall the date upon which Miss Jasmine Pace was murdered at 110 Tremont Street, apartment 210?
Just from information from the discovery, I believe she arrived there on the 22nd and sometime during the night.
And you first went into the apartment on what date?
My first visit to 110 Tremont and going into the apartment was December 9th.
12/9 of
22.
22, and that was when you were accompanied by defense counsel.
Briefly.
Did you go into the apartment as well?
Just the doorway.
He was in the doorway? Where some of the Blue Star reaction was?
I didn't know where the Blue Star reaction was. You talking about after the fact?
Sure.
We seen the Blue Star?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I do not remember a lot of Blue Star reaction at the door. There's some, but not
Mhm.
much.
So the answer would be yes.
Yes.
What about the second time you went?
Second time I went, I wanted to make one more stop because I was fixing to turn the keys to the apartment into the apartment management company.
What date was that?
I believe it was the 14th. I believe it was the 14th.
Of what month?
December.
22?
Yes.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you went 4 times. What were the other ones?
The other 2 was outside because I'd already turned the key into the apartment to the apartment manager. I went to take pictures of the outside cameras. This was in January. Both of these visits were in January.
So when you said that you've been to the apartment 4 times, really you've just been to the building 4 times. You've only been to the apartment itself on 2 occasions. Not
Inside.
4.
Inside.
Correct. You've only been inside
Twice.
the crime scene 2 times.
The 9th and I believe the 14th.
Not 4.
No,
Just
I've
making
been,
sure.
I've been to 110 Tremont
Okay.
4 times.
Now, I'd like to talk about the photographs that were ID only. You mentioned that you had to manipulate these.
I enhanced it, yes, sir.
Sure. By manipulating various settings.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Including, you said contrast,
Yes, sir.
brightness,
Yes,
and tone,
and saturation.
and
That-
and saturation.
Those are the type of manipulations or enhancements that I do.
Mm-hmm.
So I look at them and all just to see what's visible.
And which of those settings did you use to manipulate this photograph?
That would be hard to determine because I'm using a slide rule to get the best clarity.
You don't know?
As far as the exact resolution,
Yes, sir.
No.
What did you increase the contrast, decrease the contrast?
this one, I added more contrast to get color,
So
to try to separate the colors.
how much contrast did you add to separate the colors?
Again, I used a slide rule on it. I'm not taking exact measurements.
So
But I had to enhance the photograph to see it clearly.
so you would agree that your manipulation of the photograph was imprecise? Is that what I hear you saying?
Objection, that's not what he said at all.
That's exactly what he said, Judge. He's using a slide rule and he doesn't know what it was.
I don't think that goes to the precision, this goes to his ability or interest in keeping measurements of how we adjusted it, so it's the same.
How about brightness? Did you adjust brightness on this?
The program I use is Microsoft Picture Manager. When you open up the editing buttons,
Yes, sir.
you have a slide rule for each one of those.
And you have the option to record what you have changed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you document what you changed?
I don't write the numbers down. No, I just find the best clarity I am and see what I see.
Don't you think that would be important so that people could evaluate your work later on down the road?
I guess it could help. But
You'd agree it would be helpful?
it would be helpful, but they also have the option of doing the same thing.
Sure, but we don't know what you did to it. That's the thing, right?
But I,
Because we aren't there with
If you
you.
let him answer.
Go ahead and answer, if you want to finish with your answer, sir.
when I'm looking at this, I'm sliding the scale and it's increasing. So if you want numbers, I mean, I could have to write all these numbers down. What is it showing me? When did it start developing? When do I get the best clarity of it? Now, can I get a better clarity by going to a different type of enhancement, like a desaturation? Black and white pictures gives you the best clarity of anything because it saturates the color. So I used all to try to get the best contrast to see if I can understand what this is. And then that's how I was able to see that this, in my opinion, were finger marks in possible blood.
And in order to see the possible blood, you also had to change the tone and saturation, didn't you?
This picture here has no desaturation in it.
No desaturation.
But I did view it in desaturation. It did not give me the better clarity.
So you did affect the tone of the picture, is that correct?
Correct. I do a sliding scale and get to a certain number.
Meaning you changed the color to make it more red and visible.
No, sir, that's not what it is.
No? That's not what you're doing here?
I changed the picture to get a better clarity and a better observation of what I'm viewing. It does change the color, but that's not what my purpose is. My purpose is to where I can get clarity on what it is I'm seeing.
The second page of the ID-only exhibit, how did you manipulate this one?
As far as the second, are you talking about the second close-up? Because I do it in stages. I got the original picture, a little closer, and then even closer.
Yes, sir.
Is this the
photograph
third
that's
one?
on this. No, sir, it's the second one. The one on this one.
He should know which one it is.
One.
It's his pictures.
One at a time.
3.
That was the order that I gave them, and that's why he's confused. We put that picture first. I can't help it, the way the court reporter picked it.
Do you want to rearrange those to?
I don't know how they're supposed to go, Judge.
I can give the answer,
I
Judge.
think the witness described it as
Tell us-
picture,
tell us
closer,
the
and even
correct
closer.
Don't mind.
This is the original picture. That's what's in the crime scene photo.
That's page 3, the collective exhibit?
Yes, sir. It's the third one.
All right.
This is the second one. This is after I've got the best clarity. I zoomed in. It saved it as that.
That's page 1 of the collective
That's
exhibit.
page 1. This picture here is just a closer zoom in of this. No changes between the two.
Which is page 2 of the collective.
Yes, sir. It's the same picture, just a little closer
So all you've done is you've adjusted the zoom on
between those
the
two.
third picture,
Correct.
which is actually the second picture.
No other change.
No other changes,
No.
none whatsoever. Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Sir, when you reviewed all of the crime scene photographs, do you believe the maroon-colored sheet to be in the position as it was found by the Chattanooga Police Department?
I have no idea. It was, the pictures what I have to go by is the body cam, which I observed and enhanced, and the crime scene pictures. So I had both to use. The body cam videos, I would have to go back and look. I don't know if it's exact, but I know a lot of different changes happened between the body cam and the sheet, and it involved the bed. So I would have to look again at the body cam pictures.
I'm asking about the crime scene photographs.
Crime scene photographs, I couldn't tell you how it was, but that's how it was when it was documented when the crime scene pictures were taken.
Okay. Did you find a crime scene photograph that showed that sheet in a different position?
If I did, I do not remember. That was the best picture that I had, but it possibly could have been,
Possibly could have been,
yes.
but you don't know.
If I see it, I might remember. I don't remember it right offhand.
And you're basing your opinion based upon the height that fingerprint is off of the floor, is that correct?
Couldn't just, I don't know how tall the bed was.
You don't know how tall the bed was at all?
It wasn't measured.
You didn't measure it during your 2 trips into the
When I got there, the bed had been distorted, the foam mattress was partially moved over, so no, all of that had changed. Even the mattress heights would have been different.
So really, you can't render any opinion at all other than it looks like it might be fingerprints. Swipes. Swipes.
Not swipes, transfer.
Transfers. Okay, transfers.
To me, when I enhanced the picture, I noticed the position where it was at.
Mhm.
I went back and looked how it appeared in the body cam and stuff, and it's been a while. But to me, it looked like linear pattern stains, transfer stains, that in my opinion were finger marks. I
But you
can't
can't-
tell about the palm, but the finger marks.
You can't say who left them.
No, sir.
You can't say under what circumstances they were left.
No, sir.
You can't determine male or female.
No, sir.
You can't determine size.
There's no scale.
So all you could say is that there are linear blood transfers on a maroon sheet that you don't know if it was in the original position.
No,
of
sir,
crime
that's not
scene.
what I said. I said possible blood.
Possible blood. You don't even know.
It wasn't tested.
It wasn't tested. Let's talk about that. You're aware that that item was collected.
Correct.
And based upon your review and the generation of these, this collective exhibit for ID only, you of course made a recommendation that, hey, this is an important piece of evidence, right?
Oh, yes, very important.
And you conveyed that recommendation, right?
Conveyed it.
That, hey, this is an important piece of evidence that needs to be looked at, right?
Yeah, that was my opinion.
Sure. And did you share that opinion is what I'm asking.
I advised it. I sent the pictures to the attorney.
Sent the pictures to the attorney and said, hey, this is important.
Say, yeah, look at this.
Look at this. This is blood transfer.
This is important. It's a transfer stain. Yes.
Transfer. Say, hey, I think it's possible blood transfer stains in this photograph that you sent to defense counsel.
Yes.
And you did that, of course, geez, a long time ago, didn't you?
No.
When did you do that?
When I saw the patterns that I saw when I visited in the bedroom, once I started getting the discovery, I started enhancing it. I went through, enhanced a lot of pictures. I didn't see it at first. So later on, I went back, and that was probably sometime last year, that
So
I
sometime,
went and started concentrating solely on the bed.
Sure. So sometime last year being when?
That I don't remember. I mean, I might be up on my time sheets and stuff, but that's about it.
Was it by email, letter, memorandum?
No, I showed it to him.
Showed it to him in person?
Yep.
So he's had pictures for how
A
long?
day.
Huh?
A day.
A day? You gave it to him yesterday?
Around that time, yes. We haven't printed on.
I thought you said that it was last year.
That's when I started going through the photographs observing. But then, once it wasn't tested, it was a process of me seeing what was done with this thing.
When did you manipulate those photographs, sir?
I would have to look at the date. It was sometime in the last few months.
So at least a few months?
Yes.
You are aware, sir, that Jasmine Pace was in fact shackled and handcuffed, aren't you?
I've seen the photographs, yes.
You know how many times she was stabbed?
I've read the medical exam report, yes, sir.
How many times?
It said in the report 60.
Okay. Are you aware that Jason Chen contaminated the crime scene?
Anybody went in that apartment contaminated the crime scene?
Including you?
Yes. But the crime scene was released and complete when I went. The keys were back in the possession of the family.
Including you? You said yes, right?
Correct.
Mr. Weiss, when he walked in with you?
Anybody that walked in that door.
That's right. Well, sir, I'm going to start showing you some photographs that are evidence, okay?
Okay.
You described blood drops earlier. Can I have prosecution? Yes, sir. How would you describe the reddish stain that we see at the intersection of the two yellow, I guess, distance or length markers?
Just for the purposes of people having identified the exhibits as we're going through.
Give me just a second, sir.
Yes, sir.
Question, to point it out, is there a pointer or do I need to?
Absolutely, I'll put your
I have it.
For the record, sir. This one is going to be Exhibit 149-5. You would agree? Same photo on the screen?
Yes.
First page says 149.
Yes.
If you prefer to look at paper, you can do that too. Okay. How would you describe what we see right here? I'm circling it in green up on the screen.
Okay.
The substance right there.
All right.
Based upon your training experience, what does that look like?
Without going into pulling up the lab results, it appears to be a blood stain.
A blood stain, would you describe it a drop?
The picture is not clear, but I will point this out. This is level, flat,
Mm-hmm.
and you've got a mark that runs down. Therefore, to do that, the blood had to come at some type of angle and then run down and pool on the flat surface. So I would classify that as an impact stain.
An impact stain.
Yes.
What, when you were testifying earlier this morning before the lunch hour, you described what cast off looks like. Do you recall that?
I described that here just a minute ago, I think.
Sure.
The linear,
Even before.
the linear patterns.
The linear patterns, that's right. But you described the shape of the individual drops when they impact, right? How would you describe that?
A cast-off stain is a blood drop that has force behind it instead of just drips, which is gravity. Something forced the blood drops off of an object, and they started traveling until they hit something, or gravity takes over and they start dropping. You'll see the angle change.
Sure.
On the bathroom stain, there was 2 or 3 drops that I could see clearly and determine a directionality, and a couple of them were different directions, indicating to me, and in my opinion, the linear stain was being developed, but some of the smaller blood stains were losing the velocity, so gravity took over and they started changing position.
Sure.
Now, as far as being a cast-off, it can be construed as one, but without further testing.
But would you describe it as perhaps a directional blood spatter? Would that be a different way to describe it, perhaps?
A directional blood spatter?
Yeah. Blood spatter with direction?
Oh, yes, it indicates direction.
Indicating direction. Okay, so
That's
blood
what
spatter indicating direction.
Yeah, once it strikes something, it's in movement.
Sure.
So the stain is not going to end up as a 90 degree. It's going to have movement and travel, continue traveling in that same direction.
And when you have a droplet of blood with velocity behind it, right, obviously arcing because of the force of gravity pulling it back down, right?
All of them don't arc. It's just
Well, all
this
obviously,
thing
all.
did. This thing did.
Sure.
Some of your, even cast-offs can go low, can go high. It doesn't necessarily have to have an arc.
Even bullets have arcs, sir. Everything falls.
How high did it get first? What I'm saying is you don't know where the top of the arc is and it starts coming down.
Sure.
Some cast-offs are going to be straight because there's no height to it or decrease. Depending on the force and the distance, that's when you start losing the velocity of the stain.
In this case, where in the bedroom did you observe those blood spatters with direction indicated? In the bedroom now.
In the bedroom,
Yes, sir.
directionality, I believe it's just this,
Just that.
if I remember correctly.
And you did a thorough search of the crime scene when you were there those 2 times, right?
Not a thorough one, no, sir. I was there after CSU observing what I saw, took pictures of what it looked like,
Mm-hmm.
kind of examined some things, but I did not know what the police had collected, where things had been. I did make observation, but as far as thorough searching, like picking the bed up, moving it around, I did not do that.
No. Did you see any blood spatter with direction indicated in the bedroom, other than what we see on the screen?
From what I remember right now, no.
The only room that had any appreciable amount of blood spatter with direction indicated was the bathroom. Isn't that right?
The only impact spatter in another room would have been just the bathroom because nothing was observed in any photographs in the other room.
Okay, fair enough. The next photo is 146-1, okay? You recognize this location based upon your time that you spent in Mr. Chen's apartment?
Yes, you're standing in the doorway leading from the kitchen area into the bathroom, and you see the bedroom in the far distance.
And you do see the evidence marker 6?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you describe the type of flooring that we see here in the bathroom area?
Tile.
Do you see the darkened areas of grout between the individual tiles?
Yes.
There?
Yes.
There? What does that indicate to you, sir?
And I saw that it appeared to be dried blood or possible blood.
Dried blood, possible blood.
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. When you were in Mr. Chen's apartment, did you observe any, I guess, areas of carpet that had been removed?
Yes.
Where were those in this photograph?
There was a large swatch right here that was collected. You can see the underlayment when I was there.
Okay. Anywhere else?
Right in this area.
Number 6?
I guess it's on the carpet. It's that area, the transition from carpet to tile.
Okay. And those were, in fact, tested?
Yes.
And they were, in fact, blood?
Yes.
And they were Jasmine Pace's blood?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you another photograph from the bathroom, okay?
Okay.
This is 179-1.
Correct.
Okay. What does it show?
You see stains, these here going in, for this purpose, to clarify, it's going in like the 11 o'clock position on the clock. These here.
Sure.
This one looks to be going about the 10 o'clock position.
Let me see if I can zoom in and
But before you do, you see the rundown here?
The what?
The discolorization of the wall?
Sure.
That appears to be the blue star.
Blue star reagent?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to zoom in for you, okay? And that you would agree, sir, that the blood spatter with that you just described is above and to the left the door frame that we can see in 179-1.
Correct.
Which would mean that it would be well over 6 feet off the ground.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Standard size door, you were there, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's not like it was a half door.
I agree with you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. And the items that you described as potentially being blood spatter would be where?
You've got this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, here, 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 and a small cluster here of about 5 or 6.
And the kind of darker areas adjacent to those items, artifacts that you describe on the wall, is what you believe to be blue star reagent.
Yes, that's what blue star normally looks like after use and it dries.
And the red stuff on the wall is what blood looks like when it normally dries, right?
Yes, unless it was tested and confirmed to be blood, it appeared to be blood.
Okay. Just like it appears to be blue star reagent.
Correct.
Didn't qualify with any kind of possible blue star. You said it was blue star, right?
That's my opinion, that's what it is, yes, sir.
And it's also your opinion that that's blood, right?
I believe so.
Thank you, sir. You would agree, sir, that the general direction that all of those blood spatters indicate points down towards the opening of the door?
These here came from this direction.
Mm-hmm.
This one's slightly different, this one's slightly different. If you can, there's a technique they use to pull strings off of stones, but you actually have to physically be there to do it.
Sure.
To get the angle,
Right.
the directionality, and so you can position. What I observe is these two stones are prominent. This one's starting to slightly drop off, this one's dropping off. Some of these, I can't measure, but they could be 70 to 90 degree impact stones.
Sure. And that could be indicative, as you testified just a little bit ago, of them being small and gravity.
Well, these here, yes.
Mhm.
When they get closer to 70 and 90 degrees, then the source is now closer or lower in parallel to those stones. So can I tell you how they were developed? I can tell you they was different from the others. You see these little dots here? You can't measure them but they're more 70 to 90 degrees, which means the source these are coming from is coming more straight than it is an arc. Now, there's multiple reasons that could happen.
Mm-hmm.
All I can tell you is these things here are coming from down, it's going this direction, and this direction. Now, those are changing because of the velocity and the gravity.
They don't have as much momentum because they're lighter.
That's
right?
what it appears to me.
Okay, in your expert opinion.
Yes, sir.
Okay, in blood pattern analysis.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you, sir. Let me zoom out. Okay. And you would agree, sir, if we go back, where the direction is indicated, we put it in close proximity to where? If we continued on the arc down to the ground.
It's going to be up here. Now, you're trying to position it? I can't tell you the position.
No, I'm asking if we continue to draw that line down the wall.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
See, yeah, it would go down across the doorway.
Okay, down to the direction of evidence marker 6, right?
I'm trying to understand that question.
Sure. If we continue that line down, you would agree, sir, it would get in fairly close proximity to in between 6 and 7, correct?
It's going to be close, but you have to take into consideration, you've got trim around that door.
Sure.
It stands out maybe a half inch. I'd have to measure trim, it's been a while. So
So maybe it would be closer to 5 because you've got a shadow of the trim, right?
if to say yes, it would come closer to 5 than it would 6.
Closer to 5.
Because you've got the door framing.
Absolutely. That makes perfect sense to me, sir. It really does. So it would be closer to that large, dark area of the tile and grout right there in the center.
Again, without properly measuring them and getting a better idea of this, I would have to say this general area.
Okay. Which would be the bathroom.
In the doorway areas of the bathroom.
Sure. Doorway area of the bathroom is where you believe the direction of those blood spatter with direction came from.
And I'm classifying them as impact stains.
Impact
Force
stains
behind them.
with force behind them in
Can
any
I,
direction.
can I give a solid opinion that cast off? No.
I'm not asking you if they're cast
Okay.
off, sir. But they're impact stains with direction indicated.
Which is
I need to write that down. Okay?
is blood drops with some type of force.
Exactly. Which could have come from, say, repeated stabbing,
Could have come from anything.
but that's one of the possibilities.
That's one of the
right?
possibilities.
And you described it as impact, and I just want to make sure I get it.
That's the clarification we use in our standard definitions.
Impact stain with direction. Thank you, sir. I'd like to talk with you very briefly about crime scene contamination.
Okay.
Sir, in your expert opinion, would a crime scene be contaminated by removing a deceased person from the scene of a homicide.
Most definitely.
So that's contamination.
That's-
Were you aware that that's what Jason Chen did in this case?
Yes.
Would you agree that cleaning up blood with isopropyl alcohol would be contaminating the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
How about cleaning up blood with hydrogen peroxide?
Yes, sir.
Also contamination. Were you aware that Mr. Chen did both of those things?
I think there was a bottle of hydrogen peroxide there.
Were you aware, sir, that Mr. Chen had purchased throughout the course of the 23rd of November numerous bottles
I
of
saw
hydrogen
the, I
peroxide?
think of Walmart and Walgreens videos. And I also observed the items on this couch or futon, whatever, with items on
I
it.
think it was a futon. Yes,
Futon,
sir. I believe it was. I think it's been referred to as couch, but I do believe it was futon. Sir, would you agree that disposing of a murder weapon contaminates the crime scene?
Yes. And that's part of what I was mentioning, things were brought in and things were taken out. It's included.
Sure. Would you agree, sir, that remaining at the scene of a crime and walking around in it for a period of a day and a half would contaminate the crime scene?
Walking through it one time contaminates it.
Sure. Were you aware that from the 23rd to the 25th, Mr. Jason Chen was in his apartment?
I believe that I'm unsure of being absolute as far as how long it was before he left, but I know there was a period of time.
If you were to learn that through the testimony of an expert that Mr. Chen departed for Nolensville, Tennessee on the 25th, and that his cell phone his cell phone is showing a consistent location of 110 Tremont Street area. If he was indeed in that apartment for that day and a half, it would contaminate the crime scene further than what we have already talked about.
Correct. Anytime someone goes in or comes out, you've got a chance of losing or gaining additional stuff.
Would you agree that wheeling a suitcase?
I'm sorry?
Would you agree that wheeling a suitcase through a bloody crime scene
Yes,
would
and
contaminate?
I tried to see if I could see those patterns
But you
because of
couldn't,
the wheels.
because the cleanup job was so thorough.
I wouldn't say that.
You didn't see track marks. No further questions.
Right. Just a brief regress. In the pictures of the maroon sheet bedspread, you said you changed the brightness, contrast, and tone.
That's what's being observed in the photographs here. The desaturation removes our color. And depending on the scale, how much you use it, it goes to completely black and white. I did that just to see if I can see anything better or additional. I couldn't, so I did not use the desaturation.
Is that something that is part of a crime scene reconstruction expert's job?
That's a broad field. It's a tool I use to examine hidden blood. I try to see what doing this lets me see better. Sometimes a picture can tell you one thing, but there's additional information there.
So the defense said in opening that Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace in his bedroom, and after he blacked out, and then coming to.
I'm going to object, sir. That fact's not in evidence.
I said this.
I think it's just, you can use a hypothetical. You can say hypothetically.
Hypothetically, if Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace in the bedroom, and he crawled to the bathroom. Well, first off, before he crawled to the bathroom, if he killed Jasmine Pace with a knife in the bedroom, and we heard from Dr. Cogswell about the injuries, would that cause a lot of blood?
The injuries?
Yes.
Most definitely.
Would it have covered Jason in a lot of blood?
I believe he would have had Oh, yes, yes. It would have.
Would he have been saturated?
Very, very good chance, and different parts, depending on where the saturation is, it could be from the top of his head down to his feet. You never know because you don't know the positioning and the changing of position, what's going on to cause such things. As I said, impact stains are projected blood. Any movement of a bloody object has a potential to leave that object.
So if he crawls to the bathroom and he's covered in blood and say he takes off his shirt, could it have caused those stains that you and General Moyle saw there in the bathroom?
Without more information on these things, there is a wide variety of things that could have caused that stain, including clothing, a cut on your arm, removing something or moving, and just hypothetical. If he is moving Jasmine, her body is moving also. It could have, it's kind of high for that, but there's different things that could have caused that.
Just one moment. No further questions.
Do you think fingerprints can be taken from fabric like the bedspread?
When I teach or discuss, you never know until you try. But in this case, with the coloring of this and what I can assume the texture is, I would be surprised if ridge detail comes out. But you might be able to get a good indication of the size of the hand, the width, the length, the width of the fingers. You could I think you would be able to get additional information if the TBI had processed this.
Can you redirect or recross based on what I asked?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
Thank you.
People start to feel the need to argue beyond what's already been argued.
No, Your Honor.
I do find, as I said before, that Mr. Lawrence can be called as an expert in the field of blood spatter, blood stain pattern analysis, and interpretation, as well as crime scene reconstruction. He can give an opinion regarding how the evidence was poorly collected in this case, in terms of where the actual stabbing occurred, meaning that he can't just talk about random, unconnected aspects of the crime scene if it doesn't go to the issue that is at issue, which is whether this was a heat of passion killing or premeditated, which means that he can testify as to whether or not there were drag marks. He can testify as to whether or not possible sizes of the finger, things that look like they came from fingers, could have been examined further. I don't see how the cast-off is relevant or is helpful to the jury in this case, since he said it could have come from a towel or from stabbing. However, it's connected enough to the other issues so we can testify about cast-off and what it means. And of course, as we talked about earlier, he can testify as to whether or not the blue star reaction came from whether or not his opinions that it was the size of it was caused by contamination and people tracking through it. Again, he won't be able to testify as to any physiological opinion about the position of the body, Jasmine's body, when it was stabbed.
There was one more, Your Honor. It was the differences in the scenes that he documented when Officer Creighton and Rayston went through versus when CSU went through. He developed a PowerPoint that has been provided to the defense because it was shown in the suppression hearing, and they had access to it then, of the differences between them.
Okay, so that's something you don't need an expert for. A lay witness can certainly point out those differences. You can do it through this witness if you wish. Is there any type of, I don't think there's any type of opinion you can give about that though?
No, I just want to make sure that that was a permissible
Line of inquiry?
examination.
Certainly. Okay. As far as the opinion aspects, they're limited to what I said. Drag marks, whether or not the hand print, the print that looked like it came from a hand could have been used to develop measurements, cast off, and the Blue Star reaction, how it came from, in his opinion, contamination rather than whether or not the victim was actually killed in the rooms with lit up Blue Star.
And is there any limiting, may I ask just, Mr. Lawrence, what did you do as part of your investigation?
Yes, you can certainly ask him that for sure. And I'm sure there are lots of things that, any investigator can testify to. The pictures that he took, those are just, that's facts, testimony. He can certainly testify to that. As far as the opinions, they're limited to what the ruling momentarily ago was limited.
I don't want to mess up.
All right.
May I just clarify?
Yes, sir.
I may ask him about what he did as part of his investigation. And regarding and I can ask him about his factual questions about the differences he saw versus the body cam versus the CSU pictures. But then regarding to the evidence, I may ask him about how we believe the evidence was collected for them. And he can say there were no drag marks. He can talk about the possible sizes of the fingers that could have been examined further. He can say that a stabbing actually occurred.
Sorry, what? The last part?
He can say that a stabbing actually occurred. Is that
A stabbing actually occurred.
Is that what the court said at the first?
No, but I think that's, you can factor that into the opinion. I think everyone agrees that that's what happened.
He can testify regarding the bathroom.
The cast-off aspect.
The cast-off
Is
aspect.
that correct?
And as it relates to anything that General Boyle went through with him, I would assume.
Cross-examination goes.
Yes.
Well, the things we just talked about, and also the fact that the Blue Star effect was caused from contamination, not from, you can't necessarily conclude that's where the attack happened. You can certainly say that.
And then you can talk about the contamination.
Right.
But
Contamination, as far as the Blue Star effect being caused from contamination, not necessarily where the victim was bleeding or the defendant was carrying blood.
He can't give an opinion about. He can give an opinion about that Investigator Crawford is, or he believes him to be incorrect, essentially, that Jasmine Pace was killed in the bathroom. His opinion is that no investigator can say that for sure.
Yes.
And then the court is excluding, limiting the witness from testifying about the position of the body, Jasmine Pace.
Yeah, not limiting, excluding.
Oh,
Yes.
understood. Excluding that. And then excluding the defensive wounds, ligature marks, anything about the body material.
Correct.
Okay. That's the way that I understand it.
All right. Parties ready to proceed? Need a break?
Take a break.
We're ready to go, Judge. We've had several breaks.
We've been in session for this issue for a while. It's, all right, we'll be back at 4:15.
Honor, is, so I think the jury was excused during the ordeal. So how will the court proceed at this point?
I'll recognize him as an expert, and then you can proceed with your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, understood.
Parties ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, state's ready.
Yes, sir.
All right, bring the jury, please, when they're ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
Not well. You don't have to, but everyone else is. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. As we talked about from day one, pretty much. There are times when we need to take matters outside your presence. Sometimes they're not significant. Sometimes they are very significant. This was one of those times. We're ready to proceed now. At this point, the court will recognize the witness, Mr. Johnny Lawrence, an expert in the fields, two fields, crime scene reconstruction and bloodstain pattern analysis and interpretation.
Mr. Lawrence, did the defense counsel reach out to you regarding this case?
Reached out to our company, I'm not sure how, but I received an email on December 7th, 2022.
And once your business was retained, what did you do?
I personally talked to you by phone, and you advised me that you had access to Mr. Chen's apartment and wanted to know what I thought and what should be done.
So what you did?
I asked you basically, how long did you have it? I'm gonna have it, and he said, didn't know. So I said, well, we need to see if we can get in there and so I can see the scene. I like to physically go to the scenes when I can. I want some documentation or observation, maybe.
So at any point, did you go to 110 Tremont Street?
I did. On December the 9th, 2022, I met several people there, and myself with my co-worker, Stephanie Alexander, we did enter the apartment of Jason Chen in 210, apartment 210.
And what did you do on that day?
I took photographs, visual observation. When I talk about visual observations, when I go into a crime scene, I stop. I want to visually see everything there. Now, this is after the fact of the police investigation. I want the scene to tell me something. So I meticulously go through there, observing, and I take photographs, even though they're not like the police department. I want to photograph what I've got. So I started taking photographs, observations, looking around.
So can you go through what you did and how you did it?
When we walked in, myself and Miss Alexander actually went through the apartment. But one thing I noticed when I went in, and everybody was in, the door shut off by itself. And the story was that I'd received was different than that. So that was an observation that clicked. So I started taking photographs in the apartment, and this is more of what they call a loft. You've got a living room, it turns into a kitchen, it goes into a bathroom, it goes into a bedroom. One way in and out, which is the front door, but because of codes, regulations, you've got to have an emergency way out also. So there's a patio door in the bedroom with it's not a balcony, it's railings. But if there's an emergency, you can escape through there if the front door is blocked. It's So that was my observation of the layout. So I carry an LED flashlight with me, and I do what we call cross light. Because when you shine a light on something specific, it might bleed it out. It may wash it out. So what you want to do is a cross light, and that means hold the light down, shooting across what you're looking at instead of straight down. Therefore, you can see patterns. You see a lot better. You can actually see dust on the floor that way. And when I started doing that, I started seeing what looked like bloodstains. I say look like bloodstains because I have no idea what the police have done, but with my experience, it appeared to be blood. And I started seeing wiping marks. Now, there's two different types of wiping marks. It's considered a transfer stain. And what I mean by transfer is blood has come from one object to another object. So it's transferring from one to the other. You've got wipe stains, and then you have swipe stains. So just put an S in front of the wipe. The difference is this. If there's liquid on this counter, and I run something through it, or my hand, that is considered a wipe. I'm wiping that stain. A swipe stain is if you have blood on the object, and the counter didn't, then you're swiping it onto the counter. So that's the difference if I've mentioned wipe and swipe. But it's considered a type of transfer stain. I was seeing marks similar to wipes and swipes on the floor with what appeared to be blood. In the living room, in the area starting around the futon. I then progressed on into the kitchen area and then saw several more. And then into the bathroom, which the bathroom floor appeared clean, but there's grout marks. Anytime you got tile, you've got grout. It is very hard to clean up grout, as most people will know. And I saw what appeared to be dried blood within the grout marks of the bathroom. Now, this was photographed, and I also photographed some impact stains that was on the wall as you're walking into the bathroom. It's to the left, but on the furthest wall.
What
above
are
the towel base. I'm sorry?
What are impact stains?
Impact stains, surprisingly, it's a blood drop, just like dripping on the floor, but it has some type of force behind it. And when I mean force, something is moving that blood. A good example is if you cut your hand and you're standing at it with your hand down, you're going to have drip stains. The stains look circular, sometimes like a bottle. Well, some of you might not know, but in the old days we had bottle caps. If you flatten them out, they had like some stars. Your 70 to 90 degree blood drops are going to cause that kind of stain, which means there's no movement in those drops. But as you walk and your arm moves and you move, any drops are coming down and you've got force behind it because when they hit, they're going to move, giving you an indication which direction they're going. They're going to form a tail pointing to which direction the blood stain's going. So the stains on the wall in the bathroom looked like impact stains with showing some directionality on some and probably, possibly 70 to 90 degree stains in another area in the same location. Then I proceeded into the bedroom. Now I am taking pictures. The kitchen and living room is very low light. It looked like a blue light bulb had been put into the floodlight area. Very low light. So I was having to use my flashlight a lot. But once I come into the bathroom, it was like any typical bathroom, well lit, and the bedroom had lights well lit. So those were different. So when I stood in the bathroom taking pictures into the bedroom, I could see some blood saturation stains. Now, what is a saturation stain? It's the living room is hardwood, the bathroom is tile. If blood falls on it, it's not going to absorb into the floor or the tile because it's a solid object. It can change direction because blood is going to flow, or any liquid actually, it's going to flow with the least resistance. So if the floor is not level, you're going to have blood flow going to the lower part until it gets to a part that can't go any further. So when it hits that tile, it will pool. A pool of blood is a continuous amount of blood that's going to pool up like a water puddle. It has nowhere to saturate to. But in the bedroom, it's different. You have carpet. Carpet will absorb the blood. Now, it's going to distort the stains because it's absorbing, and it's going to start spreading. Like if you've ever used a paper towel or something, you put it on a wet object, you see it growing. The water is growing. That's what happens when blood hits an absorbent object. There was a stain directly in front of me, and there was an area, I don't remember what the marker numbers was, but it had been cut out of the carpet. You can see the blue underlayment. So police had gathered that. That looks like an evidence collection. The bed is on the left, and I could partially see some blood. It really didn't tell me nothing at that time. But the reason I'm taking pictures is so when I get back to my office, I can enhance the pictures. I can make them clear to me. I can desaturate them, enhance them to where it brings clarity, and you can actually see better that you can't see physically looking at it. So I documented all this in the pictures. Again, I had no idea what had happened previously with the police department. I did not receive anything from the police department or through Mr. Wise until almost mid-2023. So this is like working a puzzle without a box top. So you have to question everything and proceed with your investigation as if everything is related. So I documented everything. Once we left there, eventually I went back to Nashville and I started looking at these pictures by enhancing. First I make a copy. I take what my pictures are, I make a second copy, put my copy on a drive to get it off my computer so I don't accidentally hit the wrong one. But then I use my working copy of photographs to enhance it, one by one. I bring up the picture, I will add color, delete color, I will turn it into what they call desaturation. You remove all color of a picture. So it's black and white, like the old days when it's black and white, which gives you better clarity on contrasting surfaces. Like a dark floor, if it's blood, it's going to be dark, so you might not see everything. But when you enhance it, desaturate it, it's going to stand out more. One thing that caught my attention was in the bedroom, as you're walking in, there is a stain just to the left on the floor next to the bed. It's kind of faint looking when you physically see it, but it laid under the bed. So I said, something ain't right about this. Why would the bed be back over that stain? Because again, I don't know what the police had already done. So I moved the bed. Oh, I'm sorry. I went back to the scene 5 days later because I had some questions. We still had access to the apartment. I went in and I moved the bed, and I saw the saturation stains on the floor, and it helped me a little bit because the positioning of the furniture was still like it was. So I saw saturation on the floor, under the bed, but I also saw markings on the wall. Did not appear to be blood, but there was some type of markings, dark colored markings on that wall where the headboard was. I can see wipes, swipes, but I can also see movement. I can't say if it's wipes or swipes, but there's movement on that wall. And it's visible. Once I did get discovery, it is visible in the pictures the police department has. That instantly told me something happened right here. I don't know what. I don't know what the police already know. But it stretched up 3 to 4 feet. So I don't know what's touching the wall coming into contact with it, but it's something I need to look at further. So once the bed was moved, I took some pictures of that. We left, and I turned the key into the apartment management company. It was at a different location, and we left.
Did you do any other inspections or evaluations or examinations within the apartment other than those 2 times?
No, there was a lot of things I could tell the police had looked at, done, just by observation.
What did you see that the police had done?
They searched. They took the trap out from under the sink, and the garbage disposal. I actually took a picture showing my hand under the hose to show it's not there. They collected a lot of evidence, and now those evidence was gone because that's part of their investigation. So I noticed that. There was really nothing I saw that stood out except there's a counter and I don't know what they would consider, but there was wine bottles all over. Most of them not even used. I think all of them are not even used. But I was curious about it. I've got pictures, but nothing was processed or anything.
Were you aware, or could you tell that Chattanooga Police Department or the crime scene unit had used Blue Star?
Yes,
What is Blue Star?
I'm old. In the old days, we used a chemical called luminol. You put it with a spray bottle. You put it in a spray bottle, mix it with distilled water. You want to use distilled water because tap water sometimes has iron in it, which is a reaction from luminol and Blue Star, depending on where you live. Blue Star, they mixed Blue Star up, and I saw indications of Blue Star had been sprayed in the bathroom where those stains are. And the way you can tell is it's a discolorization on the wall, and once it hits it, if there's a lot of liquid, it's going to start running. And you can see those run marks in the
Did that conclude your examination, or was there anything else of interest that you found during your investigation within the apartment?
As in all cases, I had many questions, but I knew I wasn't going to get answers until I started getting the discovery. So it was, I did go back in January, but not in the apartment. But after that, it was several months before the discovery started coming in, and I started seeing exactly how the scene was worked. And the way I work a scene, I want to put myself as first person. One of the best tools we have now is body cams. So I wanted to look at the body cam videos of the two officers that went in first, because that gives me a perspective before anything happened. And then the crime scene pictures. So that's how I started my investigation once I got the discovery.
Can a crime scene be contaminated?
It is very rare you're going to be at a crime scene that is not contaminated, because depending on the size of the area, how many people have been in there, if they've taken anything, if they've left anything, and you do leave stuff. Even officers, it's unavoidable. That's why the boot wear booties and you wear a suit, Tyvek suit, because just walking in there, you're going to leave something. DNA is so sensitive now. But you have things that are not there, and then you have to wonder, is it because it was collected? So you want to look at the inventory of what was collected.
You said you watched the body cam video of the two officers that went in?
I did.
Is that proper police protocol to enter into an apartment like that?
Yes.
And even though that can contaminate the scene?
It doesn't matter. Life comes first. You have to do what you have to. That takes high priority. You got to verify nobody's injured or hurt in there.
What was your understanding based on the discovery and evidence that you received about third parties or the Pace family entering into the apartment?
When I first got involved in this, I had a very brief summary of information, and that was there was a missing woman, Miss Pace. The family was looking for her. They ended up on Tremont. They knocked on the door, and the door opened up. This is the information I had in 2022. Entry was made. There was a 911 call, and on that call, it was described as being...
Objection, Your Honor. That was hearsay, and we've already had a conversation about that.
Sustained unless it goes to the opinions that he can render later.
You don't need to talk about the context of that one, but please keep going.
At a different time, the police had, I guess, enough information to obtain search warrants. And then they went back with different officers, went to Tremont, entered the apartment with a search warrant. And that's when their investigation began.
And did the crime scene units, the Chattanooga Police Department, take pictures of the scene?
Yes, inside and out.
Did you come to have the occasion to compare the body cam to those pictures?
Best way to describe this is if any of you have seen the Blair Witch Project, it's a movie, to where it's first-person view. The camera's constantly moving. You will get vertigo watching that over and over. You're going to feel sick. When I watched the body cam videos, there were two, which I enjoyed this because now I'm getting two perspectives of what's going on. It's capturing the other officers. I'm seeing what is progressing through the scene. But I started getting vertigo because the more you watch it, the constant moving of the camera is going to make you feel like an amusement ride. So you're going to feel dizzy. I have learned through my investigations, I want still pictures of those body cams. We have a digital forensics unit in our company. We took the body cams after I marked it because in the body cams you have pre-enter of the apartment and post-enter of the apartment. I wanted from the time the door opened up until it went in until it came out. Now that is thousands of pictures off of a body cam. So we transferred the video to still pictures. The way that helps is I can go through, click through each individual picture. If it's dark, I can take that, make a copy, and enhance it where I can lighten it up and you can see more. But why is this important? Because I'm seeing what the police saw the very first time they crossed over that threshold in the apartment. So I am seeing now what the scene looks like as they first enter. Crime scene pictures won't tell you that. Never do, because of some reason or another. But the body cam pictures is my best view of what happened, not what happened, but what the scene shows you. So then I take the pictures, I go through them, and then I start looking at the crime scene pictures. That was there when the CSI got there and they started doing their thing. When you watch the body cam video, you see certain things. You don't see everything. You might thought you did, but there's going to be something there you didn't see. Turning them into stills, I can go through each picture and not identify, but say, look, I see this, and I can zoom in, zoom out. But it gives you better clarity of what you've got. But once I started looking at the crime scene pictures, I said, wait a minute, that ain't what I saw on the body cam. So I started comparing. I said, whoa, something happened between the officers entering and the crime scene people getting there, taking their pictures to document. Now, crime scene personnel, once they get there, they have no control what happened prior. Only once they get there. They have the same. So what I did, it's when you try to explain this, you don't get the point across. So I made a PowerPoint, body cam pictures to the photographs of the scene. And there was numerous things observed in this that was different.
Can we have defense laptop, please? Sure. Mr. Lawrence, if you could turn around for us and tell the jury what we see on the left and what we see on the right.
Okay. I do it this way so you can cross-reference and go and find what it is that I'm showing. This here is the information off of the body cam. Shows you the date, the time. And I'm not a computer expert, but I believe that is UTC time. I'm telling you the difference. If it's an action body cam 3 with a serial number. This is body cam video on the left. This is crime scene pictures on the right. As you can see, the cabinets are closed, but why are they open? Then you see items on the table, boxes. Look at the position of the table. Now look at it here. Table moved, items on the table. Look at the couch. You've got paper towels. You've got a Nike bag. You can see the paper towels barely under the Nike bag, but the Nike bag is now on top. This is Officer, and I'm sorry if I butcher his name, but I think it's Braystead. This is his video. Like I said, there's two body cams. I'm using Officer Braystead's here. It's crime scene photo 61 that was taken by the police. This here. This is the crime scene picture number 61. One quick thing. See these lights here? These are your floodlights. These are the ones that's got the blue tint to them.
the next slide, can you tell us the differences that you see here?
Right. This is the second officer. They're slowly coming into the apartment. Again, the items on the table compared to the items on the table. There's your items on the couch compared to the items on the couch. This is photograph 63. You see how the tint of the room has changed? It's low light. So the body cam is trying to adjust to get proper light. That's why sometimes I have to enhance it to get a clearer view. This picture is a great picture because it shows, it's the crime scene picture taken by the crime scene people. And it's very detailed. Again, cabinets that are open, items on the couch and the items on the table, and that the table's been moved.
What differences do we see here? And what part of the apartment are we in?
Okay, he's standing in front of the front door looking to his right. This is computer desk, computer chair. This is the time. He's moving in, it's probably just seconds later. This is the crime scene picture. Look how the chair is positioned. Again, this is from when the officers went in that night until the crime scene pictures were taken. Items on the desk. Items on the desk. This is just the top of the shoe, and you'll see another frame of this in a minute showing the shoes and boxes are moved or missing. And this is crime scene photograph 67. This is the flashlight again, low light, so he's using an LED flashlight so he can see himself around.
There's been a lot of mentions of a smell of marijuana. I should have asked you this earlier. When you were in the apartment, did you smell marijuana?
Didn't smell it, no, sir.
Did you see any indication of marijuana use?
In my day, I don't remember, but there was what they call a bong, some kind of a glass or vial or something people use.
Do you see it in this picture?
Right there on the desk. I don't see it in this one. Well, unless it's that. But if you're just looking at these pictures, you don't see it. Now I'm standing, this is the opening into the kitchen. Again, the time has changed. You see where his flashlight is hidden? That's the bathroom, and that's the bedroom. Now, the difference here is, again, the kitchen's got low light. The bedroom light is well lit. So is the bathroom. But the curtains and blind position, look at the opening there compared to the opening here. You've got a curtain here, but you've got glass here. The doors on the cabinets, they're open here. One of them is open here, the rest of them are closed. The positioning of the clothing on the floor, the pair of underwear, it's changed position, and a lot of these have changed position. The items on the floor was really concerning to me because how are these things getting moved? Why are they changing position? Again, this is crime scene photograph 81.
What do we see here?
Standing in the bathroom, and I'm taking pictures of the bedroom. Again, the body cam, the curtains and blinds position items on the bed. You've got something white, you've got something red, pillow on the bed right here. It's a pillow with a black pillowcase on it. Position of items on the floor. Now, I am duplicating what I'm saying, but it's just to help you understand. These doors are closed. Look at these items here. I don't know what that is, but it's not here. Items on the floor, doors closed, curtains and blinds have changed. You see the cord hanging down, the glass now. This is the red curtain that is closed here. This is crime scene photograph number 93. Again, from the bathroom into the bedroom, curtains and blinds, position items on the floor, pillow. That's important because of what we find here in a minute. This is the crime scene picture. Where's the pillow? Now you've got what looks like a knife blade. You've got this kind of still in the same position. This is here. But now there's a notebook on top. You have a notebook that's been added. You can't see these items in this picture. But you got pillow on the bed, position of items on the floor, position of items on the bed, curtains and blinds position. This is photograph number 97. Now I'm standing at the foot of the bed. That's your pillow. items position. The drawer is open on the little side dresser. Items on the floor here. Knife on the bed. Pillows are stacked on top of each other over here. The underwear is here, but you can't really see them in that picture. This is picture 102. Same picture on the left, but I changed this to get a different perspective. You've got the knife added, pillow moved, notebook added. And the
Sorry, go ahead.
paper bag here, I don't see it here either. Plastic bag. Now look at the cabinets here. They're pushed in. Items on the floor either missing or moved. And there's a towel here, which I did not see in the body cam. This is photograph 107. That's your front door. Standing behind the futon, looking at the television. Again, it shows the items on the table. Now you see a better picture of the shoes and the boxes. The door's closed. To keep it open, we would have to prop it open just so it stays open. It's like a hotel room door or something, but you open it, you go in, boom, slap behind. This is the other officer, I cannot remember his name right now. All of these body cams, pictures are coming from Officer Bradstead. Picture number 65. The door closed, shoes in box position, items on the table. There's your boxes. See, you've got a reddish brown box with a white tag, but here you've got a white. It could be the same box turned over, but it's different from the crime scene picture. You've got white boxes here. You can't really, there's other pictures, but I don't know if you got clarity on that. But the shoes and boxes change position. The door's closed. The chair is facing a different direction, like we noticed when we first come in. And you can see the items on the table. Don't really see the bottom there.
Anything else, Mr. Williams?
Stuff on the couch is different, but we discussed that earlier. I think that's about picture 267. As you notice on the times, it's only been about 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence, as we turn around. The scene changed. Would you agree that the scene changed from when the officers went in versus when the CSU came?
It is very obvious.
Mr. Lawrence, I'd like to talk to you about how well the job that Chattanooga Police Department did in collecting evidence. Can you speak a little bit about the job that the Chattanooga Police Department did in its collection efforts?
When you critique the work that was done, you have to understand different departments do things different ways. A lot of times they have standard operating procedures, which they have to follow as the way they do their investigation. No two investigations are the same, ever. There's always something different. People say, "I'm similar." Every one of them's different in some aspect. When the police department started their investigation on this, they had no idea what they were walking into. It was like the puzzle box without the picture. Therefore, when you start collecting and documenting things, you get everything you think is important. Everything. Because you don't know what it's going to turn out to be. You want to get as much as you can so you can learn what happened. Let the evidence tell you what happened. They collected a lot of things. A lot of things. And this is without any idea what took place in that apartment. They didn't know it was the outcome. They didn't know who had been in there. All they know is this is the way this thing looks when they got there and started documenting. The evidence collection was good to a point, but some of the things that were collected, I did not see in photographs or what we do a diagram. They do a crime scene diagram, which is a layout of the apartment, and it is supposed to document where everything collected came from. They put numbers on it. You take measurements. You want to know, you triangulate measurements. What that means is if my cup is sitting here, you've got to triangulate it, coming from two solid points, point A, point B. So when you put those in, boom, you know exactly where that item is sitting. Why is that important? It's in case you have to reconstruct the scene. You can put the scene back exactly like it was when you were there. So you triangulate, get the distance. There were some items that was on the collection list that was not documented in the diagram as far as locations. That's critical because you don't know what you got and you don't know if it's going to play a big part in your final outcome. I think they did a good job in collecting things with what knowledge they had going on. The items were turned in, they collected them, and then they used Blue Star, which Blue Star is a chemical that enhances possible blood. The old school was luminol. Blue Star is luminol plus 2 types of sodium. It gives a better indication, more visual. But there's certain guidelines you have to follow to use Blue Star. It is in the instructions. It's documented. The reason these guidelines are there is to get the best outcome. And from my observations in the crime scene pictures, some of the things wasn't followed. It's still a good job that it's illuminating. But what is that telling you? If it's possible blood, it's telling you there's possible blood throughout this whole area from the bedroom into the living room. About 4 foot wide, because that's the openings of doors that do only 3 foot, but you're opening in the kitchen. So you've got about 4, max 5 foot area from the bedroom to the living room. Again, it goes back to what I described as a loft. If you come in and out of that apartment, if the window's not broke, you're using the front door. If you come in the front door, go to the bedroom, and come back, it's 2 tracks through whatever you're just eliminating. That's contamination. It might not be intentional, but it's contamination. It's going to leave blood throughout. Now, dry blood is less likely to be moved, but if it's moist, wet, and let's just say if there was a cleanup, could it still be wet? Yes. But it's called a transfer state. Shoes walking across this floor is getting blood on the bottom of it. As they move, they're moving blood. So when you do the Blue Star, you have to put a minimum amount on it to light it up. You don't want to saturate because it's soaking wet then. Anything you start trying to do, you're going to have to let it dry. They did Blue Star. It indicated a lot of presumptive blood. So then they started doing what they called hemistick. In the old days, it was called the Kastle-Meyer test, which is phenolphthalein. You have to do a control test on the cotton swab with distilled water. You take a swipe, it will turn pink immediately to show you that, yes, it's possibly blood. Current times, it's called a hemistick. If you are diabetic and you check your glucose numbers, it's a little strip. You draw your blood, you put the sample on a strip, put it in the machine. That's what a hemistick is, except larger and a different type of test. Once you find what indicates it's blood, you want to take a sample of that with the hemistick. It will turn green immediately if it's blood. If there's no reaction, then it's a negative. Once you do that, you have to lay the hemistick or put it above where you collected this from. That way you know when you go back, or if anybody else works this, they know where that stain came from. And those were not documented completely. But once you do the hemistick, now you say, oh, this could be potentially very important. So then there's a chemical called leucocrystal violet. It's a blood enhancer. It's clear liquid. It's It's also mixed with distilled water. But when you spray it like Blue Star, it stains whatever indicates blood. It turns it purple. Now you've got a pattern. If it's a shoe print, a hand print, anything, you've got a pattern in purple showing where that's at and what it is. So you have to document those. Each one, it's time consuming. You take it, you put scales on it. I'm sure you've probably seen some of the pictures that had little rulers or markers on it. You lay it next to it, and you need to show it overall, and then you do a 90-degree photograph straight down, showing what it looks like looking direct over. If you get that, any results, shoes, hands, fabric, like clothing on the floor or something, you can almost put people in positions. They lit it up with Blue Star to get an indication, but that's to help them find evidence. Because again, they don't know what they got. The hemistick said, okay, we need to collect items from here. But it would be better if it's documented.
Did they, and they didn't use the Luco?
They used Blue Star and the hemisticks. I did not see anything related to, if you see Lucos crystal violet, you're going to, if you know what it is, it's going to turn a purple stain.
So, in the Blue Star pictures, did you see evidence of the cleanup?
From the distances, it would be hard, but my previous visit, that I saw the wipes and swipe, I knew something had been going on. But if you look at the pictures of the Blue Star, some sections are very wide, and that's on the hardwood floor. When you wiping blood or swiping it, it's spreading out. So it's becoming larger. Carpet's different. Carpet saturation. It's going to do it on its own. But blood and tile would have to be cleaned up if you don't want it to be seen.
Did you see any dragging marks through the Blue Star?
I know there should be some because of the information I get to discover because of what happened after the fact. You would expect to see either markings created by Ms. Pace or by the suitcase, because the suitcase has wheels unless you can pick it up. From the photographs I got out of the crime scene, I did not see anything. Not saying it's not there, but I could not see anything that I could come to a conclusion, yes, these are drag marks.
Identify this picture.
This is a picture of the bed showing a maroon type sheet or comforter. Just looking at the picture, I cannot tell the difference. But it's one of the crime scene pictures, and I believe it's listed as item number 30 that's being collected.
What item was collected as number 30?
The maroon bed sheet.
And was that when you did your inspection of the apartment, was that sheet there?
No, the bed had the spongy type mattresses that they have now instead of and it was partially shifted around, like the position had changed, but there was no bed covers, which to me indicated the police had collected it.
Did you do anything with this photograph?
Not at first. They really didn't think much of it because of the position of the bed, which was as you walked into the bedroom. But then when I moved the bed and I saw all this, I said, well, how did the blood stain get on here with this stuff over here? But then later, with additional discovery that came in, I learned that the bed had changed positions. It had changed to where the headboard was to the far wall. The foot of the bed was toward your walking area, which exposed the wall, the saturation stains on the floor, but it put the handprint right there.
So what did you see on the maroon bed cover or comforter?
Looking at this, you really don't see nothing because of the contrast of the red. But I've enhanced it and zoomed in.
And how did you go about enhancing it?
I use a program, it's a free program, an app. It's called Microsoft Picture Manager. People use it all the time to do their photographs. It is easy to edit photos in this program. You can add brightness to it or dim it, it's washed out. You can change the contrast to make it more clear. And then you can change the midtones, but then you can desaturate it. Desaturation is taking a color picture and taking all the color out, turning it into a black and white photograph. So I did each of those things because I started, when I looked closer, I saw an odd looking marking on this spreadsheet. So I enhanced it numerous different ways until I could get the best clarity. And then I saw what I later learned looked like finger impressions on the bed sheet.
And when you made those enhancements, did anything jump out to you?
Yes. This area here, in my opinion, had what looked like several finger marks in a red liquid, possibly blood, more than likely blood. But it's what you call a transfer. Something bloody has come into contact with this sheet. And it's similar to a swipe. Something bloody came to it instead of the sheet going to the object.
And then were you able to zoom in on it?
I was.
At this time, I would tender this as Exhibit 226. 1 through 3. Can we turn off the light, please?
This is what I was seeing. But as you can tell, it's not really clear. You don't really get an idea of what it is, but you know it looks like it's possibly blood. This is to the left as you walk of the crime scene. When you walk into the bedroom, it's just to the left, near where that pool was on the floor, or the saturation area. This is after I enhanced the photograph to try to make this contrast stand out. Can you see the markings here? Again, it's just fingers, it's not a palm. And then I've zoomed in further. Right in here. And you notice the striations of the blanket. It's hard to see it because they contrast with each other. That's why it's important to document this and go back and look at everything, because you don't know what you're not seeing the first time you look. Right here. And I said, why is that thing there, until I had the information that the bed had been moved.
Are you aware if this fingerprint, whatever it is, do you know if it was ever tested by the TBI?
It's item number 30, but I did not see anything to indicate this was tested in any way, either to determine if it was blood or it's very rare, especially on fabric. You're not going to get rich details. You might.
What are rich details?
Rich details is what's on your fingers and feet. Fingerprints. A lot of times we can get fingerprints out of blood, especially with glucose crystal vial. I've done that on human skin before. But on fabric like this, because the fabric has got differences in height, you're not usually going to get rich detail. But you can test it. Take measurements of these fingers. How wide are they? How long are they? Because not all the time, sometimes women's hands are a lot smaller than men's. So the measurements of the fingers could indicate if it's a man or a woman's hand. Now, this part is not visible, so all I can see is linear marks consistent with fingers.
And why else might this picture be important?
with the information I had of the markings on the wall and where the saturation stains in the bedroom, the wall would be here, the saturation stains here, and the bed would have been here. It would have been right there together.
If there had been measurements taken of this, could it have been compared to the size of Jason's hand?
You can compare it to see if it's close. I would be surprised, and I'm not a fingerprint expert, but I would be surprised if they could say beyond a reasonable doubt it is Jason's, but is it consistent with a male compared to a female? And in this case, consistent with Jason's hand or Jasmine's hand.
But that testing wasn't done.
I don't think any testing. No testing to see if it is blood. No testing for DNA. And on something like this, they usually cut it out to test it. And no measurements at all. As you see, there's no scale with the crime scene picture. Now, how did they miss this? Because you can't see it. When you're in there, when they're taking their pictures, the contrast in there, until you go through your pictures and enhance it, it is very hard to see this stuff. But they did send it in to be tested.
It was sent in to be tested, but it wasn't.
Correct.
Investigator Crawford testified earlier in this trial that he believed that Jasmine Pace had been killed in the bathroom. Would you agree with that statement?
No.
Why not?
Let me clarify that. The wording was killed. Where Miss Pace died, there's no way you're going to know. You can get indications of where events took place. But there is nothing in this case that shows exactly her position, where she was at when she died.
If Jasmine, something happened in the day, is that obvious?
Yes, it did. There was activity, markings on the wall, saturation stains on the floor, which after the carpet was pulled up, the saturation stains underneath were smaller. Again, that's your actual stains. That's on the floor under the carpet. Because the carpet is distorting the stain. It's saturated. It's growing. So if you want a true identity of what this is, you look at the floor, because that's your stain, because that's where the majority of the blood is seeping through.
So Investigator Crawford and other investigators talked about cast off in the bathroom. What is cast off?
Cast off is a type of impact stain. Again, impact stains are caused when a blood drop has some type of force behind it, sending it to a different location. The blood will travel depending on how much force is behind it. And to give you an example, an explosion or a gunshot, your blood stains are going to be very, very small because there's a lot of force behind it. A beating is going to be bigger. Somebody just bleeding for trauma, it's going to be much larger. But an impact stain is blood drops that have left some type of object. Unless you know for sure what it came from, it could be numerous things. But it travels until it hits something or gravity takes over and starts pulling the stain downward. It will go as far as it can with the force, but when the force is reduced, the stain starts downward.
Did you observe any cast off in the bathroom?
I observed some markings on the wall, which was above a towel rack. I would call them impact stains. Can I say beyond a reasonable doubt is a cast off? Very possible, but without more information, I wouldn't lock it in. I did see blood drops that showed directionality, and some of them had changed position, which is consistent with a cast off, but it's also consistent with anything that is losing blood drops going in a different direction.
Is it only the human body that can do those blood drops? Or?
No, no. Any object that has blood on it, or the blood is coming from.
Let me give you a hypothetical. Say Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace in the back bedroom of the apartment. Did you observe the wounds in this case?
I did.
What kind of blood loss would that cause?
Massive.
Would that have transferred to Jason?
I don't see how it couldn't. He would have had to have a lot of blood on him, on his clothing, or depending on what he's wearing. Feet, legs, waist, top of the head, back of the head. That's, when we mention cast off, if you're using something to do harm or damage, when you're casting off, you're doing like this. You've got forward cast off, you've got backward cast off. And when that happens, you're going to have blood droppings coming down on your clothing too, around your neck area and your hair.
So, if Jason, covered in blood, crawled towards the bathroom and lifted his arm up that was covered in blood, could it cause those impact stains in the bathroom wall?
Yes.
Say he took his shirt off that was covered in blood, could that have caused those impact stains on the wall?
Yes. Again, anything that's got blood on it. If there's enough blood there to cause a blood drop, any movement of that object can send blood away from it. Anything.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, can you say where Jasmine Pace was killed in this apartment?
No.
Can you?
Not in my opinion.
Just a quick question about that maroon sheet.
Yes.
Do you understand that it was collected
Yes. Item number 30, I believe.
in the evidence inventory report by Investigator Johnson?
I don't remember the collection name, but I do know she collected a lot of items, especially the swabbings and stuff.
Are you confident that she actually sent the maroon sheet to the TBI to be tested?
I was thinking, but I haven't looked at the inventory sheet in quite some time. I don't know exactly everything that was sent. I do know it was collected for a purpose. I don't know.
And then you're positive that it wasn't tested for?
Yes, I looked at the lab results. I don't remember anything indicating a red sheet or maroon sheet.
There's no doubt that Jason Chen contaminated the apartment if he cleaned it up?
Oh, no. The cleanup is part of contamination. Like I say, anything coming in, occurring in, or leaving is going to contaminate your scene from what occurred.
There's no doubt that Officers Brayson and Creighton contaminated that scene?
Correct.
There's no doubt that the Pace family and whoever else went in it contaminated that scene?
Yes.
And there's no doubt that the scene changed from when those officers went in versus when CSU went in?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Approaching evening. Good evening, sir.
How are you doing, sir?
Doing well, thank you. We have So you may not have been aware, because I don't think you've been in here the whole time, unlike some of us. Would it surprise you to learn that there's already been testimony that a large number of people went into Jason Chen's apartment looking for items, conducting a search?
Yes, I read, there was a lot of information in the discovery about, and then you've got the two officers, and then however many people were there to investigate it during the process, and you've got multiple crime scene people, multiple detectives, they're coming and going. And again, the only way in and out is the front door.
Sure. And beyond law enforcement individuals, you're aware that Jasmine Pace's family, in a frantic search for their daughter, went into Mr. Chen's apartment numerous times, aren't you?
Yes. I did not learn that till later. All that information I had when I went was, that's what an 911 call.
Sure. But you now know that.
Yes.
And that can easily explain the difference of body cam, crime scene photographs, especially if there was testimony that they went in after the police officers on the body cam left.
Yes. You've got the body cams, and you've got a period of time. There could have been anybody coming in, but we later learned some family members went in before the crime scene pictures were taken.
Sure. And, sir, have you had an opportunity as part of your participation in this case to review the cell phone location data from Mr. Jason Chen?
I'm not a cell phone expert. We've got our own person that does that. I did look at it, and I did notice, the reason is timeline. Timeline is very important on the case, when things occur. But as far as understanding it, I've got enough in here that I don't need all that.
Sure. So you're aware then, of course, excuse me, that Mr. Chen had access to his apartment, I guess from the 23rd through the 25th?
The only way I would be able to answer that is there is no documentation of who went in after the body cams into the crime scene unless it's in the discovery. That's the only way I would know.
Or the testimony of witnesses in court places.
Somebody saw him or put him there, yeah.
Sure. Okay. Sir, would you agree that your observations on the 9th day of December 2022 were not particularly thorough?
No, it wasn't.
Sure. But even though they weren't extremely thorough, you could see blood.
Oh, yes.
On the floor.
Now, I see it, and then I got down and crossed it, and it stood out more.
Sure.
And I could see some patterns, but not enough to make a determination, except that some kind of swipe, wipe, transfer.
Right. Wiping marks, swipes, which a swipe is where I have an article, like maybe a piece of clothing that has blood on it, and I brush it against a dry object. Right?
Correct. That's a swipe transfer.
And a wipe transfer would be, I think you described it as a wet substance like blood that I then touch and it causes some kind of change.
What, you don't even have to move your hand. It's just
the mere fact of touching it.
It's a transfer. But if there is movement, then it becomes a wipe.
And the blood started around the backside of, it's been called at various times a couch, but futon.
Right.
I think we would agree it's a futon.
Yes. Now, from the front door to the futon, that's when I first started seeing it. And like I said, the room was still lit like these pictures. It was dark in there except for these blue lights, except for the bedroom and the bathroom. So when I'm walking through, I'm scanning my light, and then I see what I thought was stains. So I got down lower and cross-lit it. But it was behind the futon when I first started seeing it.
Sure. And with your naked eye, you saw stains there. You also saw dried blood in the bathroom.
Yes.
And that's where you saw the impact. I'm sorry, I want to make sure I'm using the correct terminology. Impact stain with direction on the bathroom wall to the upper left of where the door frame was.
If you're standing in the doorway, I'm 6'3", and I don't touch the top, so I know that's taller. If you hold your hand straight out, it's probably going to be close, but there's a towel right there. and then it's above the towel rack. So I would say in this position.
And your testimony is, sir, that blood would not soak through porcelain tile.
It will the grout,
The grout, it
but
absolutely.
it will not, the tile is solid and it will cool it. But
And
the
that would-
grout will absorb it, kind of like, it's an absorbent.
Sure, and it would create beneath the tile floor a unique pattern. It would
Similar to the
reflect-
tile.
It would reflect the grout lines, is
Correct.
that correct? Okay, thank you, sir. And now, grout is, well, it's not even as porous as, say, a carpet, right?
I'm not a chemist or anything, but I do know it absorbs pretty good.
Sure. But when you spill water on a tile floor, it doesn't instantly seep into
No,
it,
no,
does it?
no, it's slow.
It's much slower absorption rate.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Meaning that it would take either a larger quantity of blood or a longer period of time with blood exposed to the grout for it to soak through
Well,
completely.
Volume of blood plays a big part in this. How much blood is involved? If blood hits carpet, and there's not much volume, it's not going to seep much, and it's not going to spread much. It takes a larger amount of volume to get bigger patterns. Grout will absorb it, but how much blood actually hit the grout? So it helps to go under it. But as far as a couple of drops or something like that, I don't think it's going to absorb completely through the grout.
Sure, you'd have to have a much
A
bigger
volume.
volume.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, I'd like to talk with you a little bit about the impact stain with direction.
Okay.
Can you describe to the jury what kind of a shape that would produce? And if you need to draw, I can get you a sheet of paper. I'll get you a pen. So let's say I was a blood stain pattern analyst, such as yourself, what would I be looking for what I would call a impact stain with direction?
First up, impact stain is, again, it's blood with force behind it, sending it in a direction. And it normally, if this is the wall, if you're at an angle, it's going to hit it and slide. If you're here, it's going to hit it, but it's almost straight on. So you're going to see small circles instead of the tail. But anything with a tail that's at the side of the stain is going to show you which direction that stain's going. The tail will be on the end, not at the beginning.
Okay. Would you mind drawing that for us? Just generally, and I'm not going to hold you to it.
Oh, yeah,
I
can't draw word correct.
I understand.
This one here.
So something like that.
And that indicates the blood is going downward.
So which direction, if you could draw an arrow of where it came from?
That direction.
So it's coming from the top of the page, heading towards.
Right. And the little dot below, it's usually a continuation from the big stain. Sometimes they separate, depends on the angle, but usually the tail is connected.
Thank you, sir. Can I have this one? Sir? 227. 227. And in the bathroom, you observed some of these marks.
I saw some impact stains, yes.
Sir, I'm going to show you what, well first, but before that, if it's not an impact stain with direction, what kind of a shape would a blood drop, let's say I have a drop of blood that drops from a particular height straight down to the ground.
If it's a blood drop, first you have to have enough volume for it to drip. I believe that's 0.05 milliliters. Once it drips, if there's no movement and there's any type of force, now a ceiling fan can cause force because it's causing circulation.
Right.
But a straight down drop should look like a perfectly round circle. It's called a 90-degree drop. If there's any slight movement at all that can change that, it might be a 70-degree, which means it's slightly shifted a little bit. That means movement's involved or force. If you're walking and you're bleeding, you're going to get the impact stains, because now you're showing directionality and the tails are going ahead of it.
Now, sir, there's a photograph that's been admitted into evidence. It is 176-5. You see it up here on the screen, and it's also behind you. I don't know which would be more convenient for you. Now, the only problem is the laser pointer doesn't work on that.
Okay.
So,
It'd be easier this way.
yes, sir. So, what are we looking at here?
Okay.
Can you analyze this one for us?
To me, the picture's kind of out of focus. You can still see it. Now, let me explain what we're seeing here. There's a ruler here and here. That is not to indicate from here to here. What that is giving you is an idea so someone can look at this and determine how large that stain is, going from here to here. That's why this little white piece more than likely was put there. So you're seeing the size of the stain. But what this stain tells me is it hit right there. Now, excuse my shaking up, but it hit right there and run down and caused like a pool. That's a level surface right here. Unless it's slanted to let the flow continue, it's going to stay right there. So it looks like an impact stain that hit there. No way to tell the angle, no way to tell much at all about it, but that it hit and then it's run down and landed.
All right, thank you, sir. So this is an impact that then pooled on that ledge created by the molding along the floor.
That's what it appears to be to me.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I'm going to show you this photograph here, 179-1.
Okay.
What does this photograph show?
This here is the framing in the bathroom leading into the bedroom. Like I said, I'm 6'3", and I don't hit my head on these things, so it's got much higher than 6'3".
Right.
And it's to the left. Right here is one of the supports for the towel rack. So I would say, let's see, you go over here, it starts at 4, and they start about 2, so it's almost a foot up above the towel rack. So I would kind of guess it's getting around the 5.5 foot mark.
Would it help if I zoomed in for you?
As far as this, no, sir. I know I don't have the exact measurements of the.
No, I mean of the pattern.
Oh, okay, yes. Well, it starts here.
Okay.
And comes down there.
All right. So could you please point out to the jury the, I guess, the impact stains with direction that you can observe in this photograph?
As I described, you see this one here. You can see the tail, and I'm going to identify it like a clock, going towards the 11 o'clock position. So it's hitting here and going this direction. And here, looks like a smaller stain. It could be what we call a satellite stain. It could be from this stain, or it could be another stain that has finally lost its velocity and landed. This one here is going almost identical in the direction of this one. But if you look at this one, the direction has changed slightly. That doesn't mean there was a secondary. It just means this stain appears smaller, and I think it has lost gravity and started to come down. So that the position, when it comes down, being hit there, it's going to go to the left. So these look like 11 o'clock. This one looks more like 10 o'clock. Again, you got smaller stains here, which this picture, you can't really see the directionality. You might if you zoom in. You've got one here that doesn't have the complete tail, but you can see the smaller area here. It's going more like, it's not a 9:30, but it's between 9 and 10 o'clock position. This here, I really don't see a directionality. This one has some directionality, and this one has direction. Now this one over here, see how small it is. So it has come down further.
And sir, would you agree that the majority of the larger impact stains with direction are pointing in this general direction?
Correct.
And so if we were to trace that line down towards the floor, would you agree, sir, that it places them somewhere in the vicinity of this area right here?
Well, you've got to understand, this is trim, so it stands out from the wall. So you know the stain has to be on this side of the trim for it to be able to go up. Now, the stain itself, like I said, to get the angle and the to get the angle where this is coming from, you have to measure the stain, the width and the length, use trigonometry to convert it to come up with an angle. That angle can tell you how far towards us or where the source is coming from. But there was no measurement, so I cannot tell you where the source came from except in this area.
The area, and when you say this area, are you describing the darker sections?
I would start it at the trim of the door and come back. Now, how far? Again, I don't have the measurements of the stain, but I would say in this area, because of the size, the width of the stain.
And so we're clear, the areas that you described in this general area here are locations where you saw blood stains in the grout between the tile floor and the bathroom.
This appears in this picture to be the original color of the grout. You can see the darker color here.
And sir, the discoloration, which you described, which I think you described as possible blood stains.
Correct.
Right.
The reason I say that, unless it's tested and a confirmation, I list it as possible.
Sure.
So I get a confirmation.
So what you admitted into evidence, you described as blood on the
Possible blood.
possible blood. So this is possible too.
Correct.
It could be something else.
Correct.
We just don't
It
know.
was not tested.
But likely blood. Given what you know about the case,
The
and
preponderance,
things that happened
the
in it,
preponderance indicates.
sure, that it would be blood on this
Yes.
and blood on that.
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree, sir, that the discolored area covers well, I mean, assuming that each one of those tiles is, 8 to 10 inches, that's
Normally 10 to 12,
10 to 12. So we're
Most
talking
of the time.
possibly 3 feet by 2 feet.
but I don't have the measurements on it.
Sure.
But, yeah, if you figure, to be safe, 8 to 12, I would go ahead and clear it, but it could be the whole difference. So you've got some feet here. But again, if the stain was measured, I could be almost to the location.
Sure.
Now, one thing that changes is the height,
Okay.
because that's where the angles come in. You have blood here, but I cannot say the source didn't come from here because we don't know if there was stains between that until it hit the wall. Like I said, the blood drops are going to travel
Right.
until they lose gravity or hit something.
Right.
So that looks like the tail end of the impact.
Would you describe this area here as a large potential blood stain?
Well, I don't see a stain except for in the grout. Now, I cannot say the tile itself had blood on it because none was visible.
Because
it wasn't collected.
clean, right?
Very light.
Very
But
likely.
the tile, I can say yes. Some blood got on this tile somehow.
Sure. And, well, sir, let me show you the underside of the tile. The tile backer boards are in evidence in this case. They're here.
It changed it.
Oh, gosh. They haven't been opened yet.
The photograph changed it.
I'm sorry. We can fix that. So the tile is in evidence. The actual backer board shown in that prior photograph.
Okay.
Let me pull it up. I don't even know where it went. There it is. They're in evidence. Do you see a distance marker on that now?
Yes, is this the back side of the backer board or is this the top of the backer board?
Well, this is the top of the backer board, sir.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. I just wanted to clarify.
And I
see
can-
the stains in the grout area.
Consistent with blood soaking through the grout and spreading out under the actual tiles.
Correct. You also have some up here,
Right.
but you can't tell if it's grout or not.
Thank you, sir. Now, I'd like to ask you a little bit about your observations on the photograph that you created in Collective Exhibit 226. Do you mind?
Okay, the date's over.
So, sir, you observed when you went into Mr. Chen's apartment, the bedroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you were there, the bed was up against what crime scene calls the north wall. I'll show it to you right here. Okay? Up against that wall that we see here.
Yes, when I visited, yes.
Okay, it was up against that same wall.
Correct.
Next to the
I don't know if it's exact position, but yes, that's the head to top, the top to the bottom.
And you also had an opportunity on not one but two occasions to look inside this bedroom.
Yes.
During your time that you spent inside this bedroom, both on the 9th and again a couple of days, 5 days later, on the 14th, other than what we saw down there next to the molding for the door frame, did you observe any directional blood spatter, or I'm sorry, impact stain with direction?
Just the one we talked about earlier here.
Nowhere else?
There's something here, but
We'll get to that. I'll get to that.
I don't see impact in this area.
Sure. No, not on any surfaces, wall,
Not from this photograph, no, and I didn't observe it.
ceiling, cabinets.
I looked at the ceiling, but as high as I could get up was my height. I didn't have anything to stand up higher.
Sure. But nothing stood out to you,
Nothing stood out, and nothing stood out in the photographs.
even though you were able to observe with your naked eye in other rooms impact stain with direction on walls.
The bathroom.
The bathroom.
Yes.
Only room that has that.
That I was located.
Sure. Thank you, sir. When you went to Mr. Chen's apartment and into the bedroom initially on the 9th, you didn't initially see the blood stains on the carpet, did you?
I saw what looked like could be blood, and there's saturation stains, which these here.
Yeah, I thought
But it's possible blood,
possible.
but it's a discolorization.
Sure.
Now, did I see that? I saw some, but I didn't notice what was going on until I enhanced the photograph.
Sure. So with the naked eye, you could see something,
Something.
but it's only when you started, enhancing, manipulating the photograph with those tools that you have, that you said, hey, there's something going on under that bed.
Yeah, you can see the discolorization, but is it clearly an indication of blood? No.
And what was going on under that bed in 127-2 is the very large reddish-brown stain that we have right here.
They're called saturation stains.
Saturation stains that tailed off towards the doorway. You see that saturation stain right there?
Yes.
Okay. And going back to the preceding photograph that I showed you, it heads towards right there. Towards where?
This picture could give indication here, but you also had blood over here.
Sure. Yeah, so there's blood in a second location, and I can show you.
That's where the cutout part was.
Right, and that would be where evidence marker 9 is?
Correct, right there.
Okay. So that blood, what did you describe it as, sir?
Saturation.
Saturation. There's blood saturation from a large body of blood saturation out towards the door, which then would lead us to a large area with possible blood in a room with impact stain with direction.
Yes.
An impact stain with direction, as counsel for the defendant pointed out just a little bit ago, that could be caused by someone taking off their shirt,
Correct.
swinging their arm,
Correct.
or stabbing. Can it?
Many more options.
Many, many more.
But yes,
But stabbing repeatedly is one of them.
now, the way you just described it,
Would cause more, right?
it wouldn't cause that stain.
Wouldn't
Because you're
cause
going
that
up
stain.
and down.
Sure. But it back and forth?
It depends.
Mhm.
Again, you have to have additional information to determine it is a cast stone. What supporting? It shows the directionality where it's coming off of the source. There is no way to know what the source is, and how far away you are, and how much blood is on the source.
Thank you, sir. If I could have the document projected. Your Honor. All right, sir. So I'm showing you 226, and this is the final page of the collective exhibit, which is your photograph 1, right? It's the
It's a crime scene picture.
Crime scene.
But in my order, yes, it's number 1.
Correct, and I'm going by your order now. It's the most zoomed out picture.
That's the actual picture.
Without enhancement.
Correct.
As is, no enhancement.
Correct.
Sir, if I could get you to please point out in this photograph where those red marks are that you identified
In this area.
okay, in that area.
Yes.
And I'm going to go to the closest, most enhanced one that you have, which I believe would be your third photo, is what you'd call it.
Correct. I did a zoom and then got even closer to a second zoom.
But for record purposes, it's the second page of the collective exhibit.
Third. This one.
Right. But your third photograph.
But my second
And
enhancement.
yeah, thank you. And this is what you describe as possible blood transfer from fingers
It
to...
appears, to me, that is giving me a strong indication that this is linear marks in possible blood that is consistent, and in my opinion, fingers.
linear marks consistent with fingers.
Yes.
Sir, what shape do fingers have generally?
And a lot of times it depends on your body weight.
Sure.
Some people have thin, some have long. But again, it's like if this is blood and it has any kind of movement in the fingers, it can be wider, it could be longer.
Sure. Now, sir, you'd agree with me though, fingers don't tend to have perfectly straight lines,
Yeah,
right?
correct.
Isn't it possible, sir, that what we actually see on the screen is not a bloody handprint or bloody fingerprints, but where the cloth had been folded over and a transfer happened that way? See how there's a
Talking about
line
here?
Yes, sir. And then we have another dark line you see to the right of that middle one.
Here?
No, sir, to the left. Yes, sir, right there.
Here?
Yes, sir. Isn't it possible that that could actually be the case?
Not necessarily, because you have to understand what this stain is showing. These areas of the fingers that has blood on it. We don't know how much blood was on it if this was a hand. We don't know if it's blocked here, which would cause a straight line. Well, I can't say beyond reasonable doubt.
Sure. So really, we're just kind of guessing.
We're kind of saying, to me, it appears, in my experience, that these are consistent with finger marks.
Now, sir, you mentioned that there's no measurements and there's not a whole lot of scale that you could go off of to determine the size of these.
There's nothing, I would need it in the photograph with the stains.
Okay. Well, sir, in your lengthy law enforcement experience as a detective, it's not uncommon for law enforcement to get requests for independent testing from people. Isn't that right?
I'm not following the question, sir.
Well, in your private investigation job, have you not obtained items of evidence out of police property?
May we approach?
So if someone, you testified earlier that you didn't observe any drag marks, bloody drag marks through.
I did not personally see.
If a person were to, say, pick up a body and carry it, you wouldn't see drag marks, would you?
Correct.
Okay. Next, sir, I'd like for you, if you can, point out for me in 147-5, if I can have a DP, sir. Thank you. Could you please point out in this photograph, crime scene photograph, where those...
I'm sorry, just for the purpose of record, can you, I got that executive
I said 147-5.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
My apologies.
Could you please point it out?
What's that?
Where the fingerprints are?
I can't observe it. I don't see it in that picture. I mean, it's possibly there, it's just with that enhancement, I'm not able to see it.
Without the enhancement?
Correct. Of course, I'm a distance away.
Sure.
It's going to be in this area, but
In that area?
yes,
Are you sure?
it's right in that area. It's what it appears to be from the picture. As you can see, this here is applied like it's supposed to be, and that picture is
Right.
pulled down. It's changed.
Right. It is changed.
Yes. The top of it has been pulled up.
Sure. So we don't really, we can't see it on the crime scene photograph where it is as found, right?
I cannot say, I mean, if I enhance this, I might be able to, but you're looking at it at a different angle. It might not stand out as much.
Why would you not use the photographs of as found to try to confirm that this is
Objection. What, you mean, same objection as before?
Yes.
I think this goes to his analysis where he was changing the settings on his camera. So I think that's within the realm of what's already done. So that's your objection overruled.
Why would you not analyze this photo and
I did all photos. I just,
every single one of them?
if I would have seen it, I would have probably done the same.
Thank you, sir. Another thing I noticed, sir, could you please describe what's to the right of the evidence marker 11 in that picture?
This here,
Yes, sir.
pillow with a dark case on it.
Okay. And you would agree, sir, in the body cam video, that pillow is covering up where item 11 would be?
This pillow was over here.
Yes, sir. So when you put on your presentation that knife is added, you can't say that it wasn't already there.
It's added in the picture though.
Added in the picture, but it very well could have been there already.
Could, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, I want to talk about contamination of crime scenes, okay? You, by doing 2 walkthroughs, contaminated the crime scene,
Anybody that went in that apartment,
including defense counsel when he entered with you.
to where he walked to, yes.
You would agree, sir, that moving and removing a body from a homicide scene really is contaminating the scene.
Yes.
Jason Chen did that, didn't he?
I have no idea. I assume because Ms. Pace was found at a different location. But what actually, I can't say.
Cleaning up blood, like you described the motion like this,
Yes.
spreading it out, that really, really contaminates the scene, doesn't it?
It contaminates, but mostly it destroys what we're looking at.
Jason Chen did that, didn't he?
I have no idea who did it. All I know is what I saw.
Disposing of the remainder of a murder weapon is contaminating the scene, isn't it?
It would be, yes, sir.
Remaining in a crime scene with copious quantities of blood for days contaminates the scene, doesn't it?
Yes.
Wheeling a suitcase through a bloody crime scene contaminates it.
Yes.
I can have a moment.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you'd agree that dried blood is much more difficult to transfer than wet blood.
Correct. I mentioned that earlier. That
And that's why
it's possible, but not.
And that's why within your scope of expertise, you know that in order to collect a sample of blood from a dried surface,
Yes.
you have to first wet the cotton swab with distilled water.
Cotton swab or whatever you're taking it with distilled water.
And
Yes.
it's
You have to
very
have some type of moisture.
And it's very common to use a cotton swab on a wooden stick to collect
Yes.
blood samples.
Yes.
In fact, that's the accepted practice across the state.
There's other ways, and I've done both, but the most often used is the cotton, long cotton swabs. They're about this long.
Yes, sir. And it only takes hours to a day or so for blood to dry, right?
It could be many different times because the temperature inside the room can accelerate it or decrease it, or not actually decrease it, but give it a longer time or shorter.
Sure. The drier the air, the faster it
Right.
dries.
It's like if you're in a room and there's no air coming in, it's going to be a matter of time.
But you'd agree, sir, this was a climate-controlled
Yes.
residence?
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't abnormally cold?
That, I don't know what the temp was, and we're talking multiple different days, but of when things progress. I don't know what the temp was in Chattanooga during those days.
And sir, are you sure you couldn't see the bong in that body cam video?
It could have been, but I'm looking at it, and it looks like it's gone. It's possibly there, but it didn't stand out to me.
Okay.
But it was in one place, and in that place, it's no longer there.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Very much. questions, so I'm going to ask them, but if you could face the jury when answering, please. If the murder occurred on November the 23rd, and it was 4 to 5 days later when police entered, wouldn't blood be dry by then?
I would expect it to be, but I wasn't there, I can't tell, but I would expect it to be over that period of time.
Can you confirm if you saw or documented any open wine bottles in the apartment? Did you notice any used wine glasses?
Wine glasses, I did not see. I would have expected it to be collected if it was there. Wine bottles that had been opened, there was a couple that had the cork up, which if you know, once you open it and you push it back, you're not going to get it back like it was. There was a couple that the cork was up. So most were sealed.
This question deals with the comparison photos of the body cam footage versus the crime scene photos. They will not come back as an exhibit. However, since you obviously have a question about that, the parties may show them during redirect or recross to this witness if they wish. Do you think it's possible that Jason Chen moved items on November the 27th after the body cam footage was filmed, since cellular records previously admitted into the record show him in the area later that day?
There is nothing that gives me any information who did. There's nothing to lock in who it was. All it is, it was different.
Well, I think the juror's question was, do you think it's possible?
It's possible, but everything's possible. Until you can confirm or refute. That's the way I usually go to possible. Either say yes it did or could, or no it couldn't or didn't.
There was a question asking about the photos in the subfloor, asking if the witness could determine what position the victim's body was in. That's been determined to be beyond this witness's area of expertise. What are the discolorations around the impact stains on the bathroom wall?
If you're talking about what looks like ran down the wall, that is residue from the Blue Star. If you spray with Blue Star, the liquid will run down the wall and dry in that position. It's kind of a darker color, discolorization.
Any redirect based on jury's questions?
Just one of the questions was, after a few days, you would expect the blood to dry, right?
Correct.
What if it was sprayed with cleaning materials?
Anything that could get it back wet, yes. It's now wet again and can easily be put. Dry blood, you can transfer. It's very hard. But you can get, if you walk across a floor with dry blood, you can still pick up particles that Blue Star will react to.
What about if you sprayed it with alcohol?
I don't know all of the false positives. I would think alcohol would be one, but I would physically test it.
My question is, would spraying alcohol on blood keep it damp? Or make it
Yes,
more
whenever
damp?
that happened, it would stay damp until it eventually dries also.
It's your understanding that there was a cleanup after this incident, right?
Yes, from reading the discovery and from some of the swipes and wipes I saw, yes.
And great efforts were taken to clean up the apartment.
I would say yes, because there's very little blood in the bathroom. And to get from point A to point B, you would think there would be.
Thank you.
Recross.
No, Your Honor. I think Mr. Longstreet at the time. It's 10 minutes after 6. If you have a brief witness or witness you absolutely have to call today because of, of scheduling, we can do as much as we can.
We would see.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's all the testimony you're going to hear for today. Again, I must remind you the admonition not to talk to one another or anyone about this case, and do not let yourself be exposed to media. We're going to have a bit of an outing tomorrow. I'll step in the jury and give you more details about that in a moment. I think that's it for now. We'll resume on Monday about 9:30. Okay. That makes up the jury. We are winding down. Obviously, I think for the trial in the back end of the defense proof now, I'm not sure how much longer we go, but I'm going to go ahead and start tweaking the jury instructions. I was waiting to see if there's anything about self-defense or anything different in the pattern jury instructions. A lot of this that need to be added. So just be thinking about that. If the state or the defense has any extra jury instructions you want, please draft them and submit them. We can argue about them at some point before we get to the jury. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. We'll recess till 9 a.m.